Africa Leaders Foundation website, the Global Youth Leaders website, and all Love Work networks. For sponsorship details and information about the Future Africa Leaders Award, please visit our website at www.futureafricaleadersfoundation.org or call the numbers now displayed on your screen. The Future Africa Leaders Foundation, impacting Africa.
We recognize young people from all over Africa who are doing marvelous things in their various nations. It is our vision to raise strong, intelligent, smart leaders in Africa. This is a special project for Africa, and so we call it the Future Africa Leaders Awards.
The Future African Leaders Awards is an exceptional celebration of inspiring young leaders, cream of the crop from across Africa, who have demonstrated exemplary leadership and impacted their nations. This year, we will be selecting young leaders at the Future Africa Leaders Awards nomination show. This is another opportunity for young leaders who are causing a change and solving problems to be showcased at the prestigious Future African Leaders Awards nomination show. The nomination show is happening on Sunday, the 18th of December, 2022 at 7 p.m. GMT+1 and will be aired on the Future Africa Leaders Foundation website, the Global Youth Leaders website, and all Love Work networks. For sponsorship details and information about the Future Africa Leaders Award, please visit our website at www.futureafricaleadersfoundation.org or call the numbers now displayed on your screen. The Future Africa Leaders Foundation, impacting Africa.
Africa, a land of promise, a land of many opportunities and possibilities. In the face of daunting challenges, arise stories of passion, dedication, and patriotism. These are the stories of young, passionate Africans who are changing lives and charting a new course for Africa, the future of Africa. Stories of hope and love for Africa and Africans. It's a new dawn. This is Project Africa.
Africa as a continent has been blessed with so much natural and human resources. It is the home to vast deserts, tropical rainforests, rugged mountains, and fertile grassland. Amongst these vast resources are her most valued human resources, her youth. Africa houses the largest number of youths in the world, with 70% of her youth under the age of 30. Such a high number of young people are an opportunity for the growth of the African continent.
My name is Ambassador Hansen. I am 23 years old. I am from Nigeria. I live in Cross River State, precisely Calabar, Nigeria. When I finished my senior secondary school, SS3, I had a year of not being in school because I was trying to fight my way into the tertiary institution. But in the period of that 1 year, I was exposed by a certain Mr. Great Ogban to a youth-led program called I Capture. This program was a mind-refining period of my life, and since then I have only always found myself involved in leadership activities and just things that are generally directed to enriching the well-being of my sphere of contact and my community.
My name is Christian Majid Kwesi. I'm 24 years of age, and I'm a 2020 Future Africa Leaders Award winner from the nation of Ghana. I've always been compelled by the need to make my world a better place. Yes, and growing up in my community, which is Moshizongo, one of the, should I call it a slum, but not a very organized place in the northern region, I saw a lot of things, and those things served as a motivation for me, because seeing a lot of drug addicts, those who drink alcohol, school dropouts, teenage pregnancy, seeing all these challenges around, I was motivated and challenged to rewrite history and to also make history, because I've always believed that regardless of where one comes from, a change can be made. And this is something I told myself I was going to do. I told myself that I was going to make an impact in the whole world, and it didn't matter where I was coming from. And today I am living that dream.
Research shows that the youth account for 60% of all Africans unemployed, but only if these growing generations of young Africans are fully empowered to realize their best potential.
In Ghana, the young people are confronted with a lot of problems, of which one of the major ones had to do with youth unemployment. Most young people, after graduating, are unable to get the non-existent white-collar jobs that they expect to get. And because of the kind of educational system we have, where everybody's mind is that right after graduation, I must be employed by government, and now that government has no space, it is creating a major challenge to our society. So the need for them to change their mindset and attitude towards the way they study in order to be gainfully employed.
Before I went actively into the projects, I started visiting schools. That was a starting point. I started visiting schools. As I visited the schools and the communities, I started identifying some problems in those communities and schools. And so I decided to broaden or expand the scope of my activities. And that is how I was able to start the organization, Young African Great Mind. And I would say that Young African Great Mind is a pure inspiration from my role model, Pastor Chris, because there is no way I would have been able to start that organization by myself without that impact that Pastor has made in my life. And I'm very grateful to Pastor for this investment he has made in my life.
Unemployment and poverty was one of the major challenges faced in my community. So I founded an organization called Expertins in 2017. Expertins is aimed at being at the forefront in raising global entrepreneurial leaders from communities within. When I say within, I mean Cross River State, Calabar to be precise, Nigeria, and Africa. In 2 years, we had reached over 400,000 young people in well across 14 African countries through entrepreneurial skill acquisition, vocational programs, leadership development seminars, impact school tours, the Expertins Young Entrepreneurial Clubs that exist in several secondary schools. We also reached out to young people through TV programs, radio programs, just every means a young person could be reached to, let them know, to enlighten them that entrepreneurial development was a key factor in the life of every young person. You see, we, through our activities and programs, we had been able to refine positively the potentials of young people.
Despite current challenges, there is a silver of good news of young African leaders who are coming up with high energy, creativity, and talent aimed at changing the narrative of the African youth through the right mentorship and empowerment program in their communities.
One of the projects I'm also involved in is the Success Motivation. And this is one program I'm very, very passionate about because of the impact it has made and the impact it's still making in the lives of young people in Ghana. And so this is one reason I'm very passionate about it, because it serves as a platform to bring all the students together to be inspired. And I've been able to brand the whole program in such a way that we have our branded t-shirts, we have our stage backdrop, and we have taken the Success Motivation to the next level through the organization. Yeah, so the Success Motivation has taken place in 8 different locations in the nation of Ghana, across the 5 northern regions, and also in the Middle Belt, that is the Brong Ahafo region. And it has taken place in a number of schools, such as WASEC Tech, St. Francis Girls, SUSEC, and other schools. The list goes on and on and on. And so this program has actually helped young people who in time past didn't have access to role models and mentors directly. The purpose is to help them get inspired. They share their life story, they share their experiences with them. And at the end of the day, they also have that networking opportunity to connect with these people, such that even after school, they remain connected with them. This is a platform to inspire them, to help them live their true potentials and to live out their best. Yes, and the success stories of this program is endless, because most of the students we have interacted with, most of them are currently in the tertiary. That's for those who have completed, and some of them too have ended up as leaders. Some of them have even completed their tertiary education, and some of them are working. And so the Success Motivation is really making a big impact in Ghana.
Through the Success Motivation Conference, you see young people encouraging and motivating colleagues to think outside normal. The program has availed to a lot of young people that there are opportunities out there that they can take advantage of, and I can tell you that has impacted greatly on the lives of people.
As a Future Africa Leaders Ambassador, one of the major programs I was able to organize was the 2022 Future Africa Leaders Conference. So the aim of the conference was to equip leaders of institutions and leaders of several communities with the idea and the right mindset for making a difference in their various communities and institutions. One of the measurable targets or goals of the program was that after the program, in 6 months, we were going to organize 100 projects of change. So there was a call to action. We had well over 500 leaders from schools and communities in attendance. I mean, we packed out our venue, we had 2 overflows. It was successful on so many levels. Some of the beneficiaries from this conference who we later elected as mentors for the rest of them are people who, you know, right after the conference went full speed and with dauntless determination into making a difference in their various communities. A very perfect example is a young girl. Her name is Favor Efiom. This was someone who, before coming for the conference, she came for the conference depressed because she was sexually harassed just prior to this conference. she was invited for the conference, but then after the conference, she literally forgot about her past experience. But then she rather used that story as a reason to reach out and make a difference in her community.
Coming to that conference for months, I was actually going through a lot. And I spoke to Brother Hansen, and he told me that the conference is just what I need at this point of my life. Coming for that conference, I just came in reluctantly, sitting down on that seat and feeling like I can't wait for this conference to be over. It's a long conference and all. And when Brother Hansen came up and he started talking, and first off, when I came in, I was like, Future African Leaders Foundation, it's for people that want to impact their world, and I don't think I'm in that picture at that point. And I was just living my life. So sitting down on that seat that day, and Brother Hansen started talking, and his words started piercing through my heart. And sitting on that chair, I just knew I had to do something. He said something. It does not matter what you're going through. It does not matter what is happening in your life at this point. Instead of wanting or waiting for certain things to happen to you, make things happen. And I was so amazed. I was like looking at his project and all while he was talking to students of all he has done for years. And I was so happy that I was in that conference, because that was it for me, because I don't know where I would have been right now if I wasn't in that conference. I had Save the World campaign where I went into the streets and I fed over 300 street kids. I gave them food, I gave them drinks, I gave them, for the female girls that were there, that were street kids, I gave them sanitary pads, we shared food, we shared clothing and a lot of things. And the children were so happy. And it was amazing. It was amazing doing that. Also, I had several projects in school. We had a malaria test strip and a malaria campaign in the secondary schools. We gave the students free malaria tests and the teachers. So we taught them how to have a malaria test even in their homes, how to take care of themselves, what to do when they feel that they are sick. You don't just have to go to the hospital or go to a pharmacy to get drugs first. First off, you test yourself. Even with it also helped because most of them get to spend so much if they want to go to the hospital. But when you know what to do, when you're supposed to do it, it's more easy. And we taught them how to take care of themselves to prevent malaria.
I was one of the students who participated in the malaria practical test. Now I can carry out a malaria test without spending much money. I can also carry out a free malaria test for my family, friends, relatives, and also tell them to always sleep inside an insecticide-treated mosquito net every night all year round.
We visited a particular school in the Upper West region, that is WA Technical Institute. When we visited this school after the program, there was this guy who approached me. His name is Barnabas, and he came to me just like any other student will walk to me. But something remarkable happened. After the program and even after he completed school, we still kept in touch. And whenever he's on vacation, we happen to talk and we interact. And he shares ideas with me and I also share ideas with him. And when he completed school, he was able to start his own business. And today the business is still in existence and the business is running. He is also engaged in other businesses too.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening, Africa. Good evening from wherever you're watching from. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're connected to. This is the biggest, I said the biggest and the best youth show you would ever find. It is the Future Africa Leaders Award Nomination Show 2022. And I am delighted And so thankful for the opportunity to be inviting you to join us on today's show.
Yes, 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 yes. And fun fact, this is the 10th nomination show
It is
of
actually.
the Future Africa Leaders Awards.
And it is beautiful. So wherever you are right now, I want you, it is the time right now. So call your friend, call your neighbors. Everyone needs to be connected. It is the biggest, I said the biggest show. So nobody should miss out of it. And we will be doing something so quickly.
Yeah.
So we need you to take your, you can take your phone. We'll be taking a selfie, and we need you to post on our King's Chat platform and every other social media platform. We have hashtag you will be using FAF, hashtag FAF, F-A-L-F, and hashtag FAF 2022, and hashtag Impact Africa.
Yeah, we should try it.
Yeah, we should.
Try it
Come
out,
on.
right? Yes, please get your phones and take a selfie as well. Post it on King's Chat, post it on different social media platforms.
Yes, we want to see your pictures on our various platforms.
Yes, and this is usually like usually a time for family bonding. So call your family members, call everyone. I remember when I used to watch the FALA nomination show at home before, I mean when I'm not on set over here and I'm watching at home, I call my family members, everybody joins us. So even if you're in the global south, you're in the global north, you're 6 hours ahead, 6 hours behind, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Hop on, sit tight and watch this show. You will be inspired by the amazing work you will see young people doing all over Africa. All over Africa.
I tell you, even beyond, far and beyond, because our impact have reached far and beyond Africa. And first, we'd like to say a very special thank you to the president of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, the highly esteemed Reverend Dr. Chris Oyakilome, for the great opportunity and the platform he has given young people to thrive, and supporting young people over the years to live their dream and fulfill their purpose on planet Earth. Thank you so much, Pastor Sir. Thank you so much for this beautiful opportunity.
Thank you.
And we must also appreciate our highly esteemed director, Dr.
Diola Phillips. Yes.
Thank you so much, Ma, for the opportunity to be here. So, like we said, come on, get your family members, get everyone connected, because you must not miss this amazing opportunity to be impacted. Every young person, wherever you're watching us from, within Africa, from Ghana, Cameroon, Togo, Tanzania, Nigeria, you're watching from everywhere.
All over.
Call your friend, share the links, and make sure that everyone is connected to this beautiful and amazing nomination show.
Yes.
And right now, we will be having Happiness and Dance Creed on the platform. Thank you.
Travel the circumference of this earth, but this place is where the pie is. You can check the historical spreadsheets. We excel. And Africa is our PowerPoint. We excel in stems, in fruits, and even at the grassroots. We are Africans. So check the historical spreadsheets. We excel. And we are known as a people of diversity, full of tenacity, so much passion to build our cities. And we have proofs before every proof plane that yes, an African can. Yes, we can build the bridges that separate us. And yes, we can pull off the veil that blinds us and strengthen the bond that binds us. Yes, we can set our continent on that cusp. And yes, we all can fight for justice cause. Yes, an African can. Yes, we can roar so loud to the sound of change. For this is our land. And like stubborn weeds spreading over a vast land, the change can spread from you and I to our land. Yes, an African can. For we are the mind that starts the revolution. We are the burning fire that starts the inferno. We are Africans, and yes, an African can. Who told you that we are a black continent? Who told you that our map is shaped like a gun? No, we are the backbone of the world. We are Africans. And yes, an African can. Yes, we can navigate this world becoming the very giants that we are. Yes, an African can. Yes, we can breed the diamond mines within our lands. And yes, we can see the beyond the seas and beyond our borders to build. And yes, we can create the justice and peace that can never cease. Of course, an African can. And yes, we decide what the story is. We do not look at the heroes past and all the history, for the future's pen is in our hands, and so we will write history. Yes, an African can. Yes, we can spark the revolution. Yes, we can become the center of attraction that the world comes to see. An African can. So African youths, wake up. Wake up. And I do not mean wake up one eyes opened and stretch and go in search for your daily bread. No. I mean, wake up to the reality of all the lies that lie before your eyes that you have been told about your continent. Rise up and change the storyline, for you are on the front line. Wake up. This is the time. This is the season. African youths, wake up, rise up, lift up a banner, spreading her change around the world, for we are giants of Africa. It's high time we stop seeing the picture of Africa and start making the Africa of our picture. It's high time we stop telling the stories that we are told, but we start making the storylines. So wake up, rise up, stand up as the giants that you are. African youths, wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Food, clothes, and shelter. Good road education. We can make a difference only if we try.
Good health and water, reaching out to the needy. We can make a difference only if we try.
We are the stars shining up on the hill. Let's make it work. Let's make it work, 'cause we have all it takes. We're building Africa.
We are the stars shining up on the hill. Let's make it work. Let's make it work, 'cause we have all it takes. We're building Africa.
Let's go. Hey. I know I could be the change that I know African is. I know I could make a difference, building the Africa of my dreams. Yeah, I'm that change catalyst, leading up the change for Africa. Yeah, we gon' make it through this one goal at a time. We gon' make it better. Lead us up to tomorrow rise. Ay, look around, open your eyes. Ay, the future is now. Today's yesterday's tomorrow. Everybody realize. Ay, lead us up to tomorrow rise. Ay, look around, open your eyes. Ay, today is yesterday's tomorrow. Everybody realize.
We are the stars shining up on the hill. Let's make it work. Let's make it work, 'cause we have all it takes. We're building Africa.
Come on, everybody.
We are the stars shining up on the hill. Let's make it work. Let's make it work, 'cause we have all it takes. We're building Africa.
Leaders Awards nomination show. Stay tuned. You are watching the Future Africa Leaders Awards nomination show. Stay tuned. You are watching the Future Africa Leaders Awards nomination show. Stay tuned. You are watching the Future Africa Future Africa Leaders Awards nomination show. Stay tuned. You are watching the Future Africa Leaders Awards nomination show. Stay tuned. You are watching the Future Africa Leaders Awards nomination show. Stay tuned.
Okay. Thank you so much. Hope you're still together with your family, with your friends, you've called everyone, and you're sitting right there comfortably and ready for the Future Africa Leaders Awards nomination show. Like I said earlier when I came up with Ambassador Victor Mba, I said this is the 10th nomination show. And I'm excited. I'm always excited about the Future Africa Leaders Awards nomination show. It's been 10 years of beautiful impact all across Africa. And once again, I want to say thank you to my president, the founder of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, Reverend Dr. Chris Oyakhilome, DSC DD, for such a beautiful opportunity. And thank you to the director, the esteemed director of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, Dr. Diola Phillips. It's been so amazing. And for many years, Africa has lacked mentorship. It's hard to say that, but for so many years, there has been something lacking among young people, and that's mentorship. But beautifully, the Future Africa Leaders Foundation came about about 10 years ago, and we've had the privilege to be mentored by great people in Africa, by people who have made huge impact. And one of those is our own president, the highly esteemed Reverend Dr. Chris Oyakhilome. And it's so good to be watching today the impact of the foundation for 10 years. I'm already in 2023. Yes, for 10 years. It's so good, so good. I won just 5 years ago, and I'm just impressed. Every year there's something beautiful. Always setting the bar. It keeps getting bigger and higher every year. And trust me, as you watch from your homes, from wherever you are, in the global south, in the global north, you're going to have an amazing program. And now the Future Africa Leaders Foundation is focused on exploring, raising, building, inspiring the potentials of young leaders in Africa and making us do sustainable impact and projects. And for so many times we've heard it, Africa will be built by Africans, and that is exactly what we're doing. We are so action-oriented, and today you would see so impactful work going on. I mean, the Future Africa Leaders Foundation has penetrated all 50 Africa, including Seychelles, Sudan. I mean, North Africa, the MENA region, we've been there. We have our ambassadors all over. In South Africa, in Congo, Brazzaville, name it. Future Africa Leaders Awards has had winners from all over Africa, and it's so impressive, so impressive. We're looking forward to a great night of seeing beautiful nominations coming up again. We'll be unveiling winners this year. Not just unveiling, we're also going to be seeing the impact so far of the foundation. Beautifully, we've had several heads of states come on this platform during the FALA Awards, including the well-known statesman, His Excellency President Olusegun Obasanjo, who was the former president of Nigeria. We've had His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and we've had other dignitaries grace this platform. It's so inspiring, it's been beautiful, and I want you to sit back, watch, and enjoy yourself. Again, please use the hashtag on various social media platforms, FALF, FALF 2022, hashtag FALF 2022, hashtag Impact Africa. Take your selfies, take your group photos, and post all over social media. And at this point, it's my honor and my pleasure to introduce the Impact Report coming up on this show, on the Future Africa Leaders Foundation nomination show. Watch this and be inspired. Thank you.
You are watching the Future Africa Leaders Awards. The Future Africa Leaders Awards. The Future Africa Leaders Foundation recognizes and celebrates outstanding contributions to the development of Africa through vibrant youth leaders who have distinguished themselves as change makers by carrying out projects and initiatives that have shaped the course of Africa over the years. The recipients of this auspicious award and grants do not relent in meeting the challenging needs of their nations as they build the Africa of their dreams.
Hello world, hello Africa. My name is Nzometia Mary Setup. I'm the 2021 Future African Leaders Award Star Prize winner from Cameroon. I am also the founder and CEO of NEFTEC, an organization that leverages technology to build innovative solutions to local problems and to create an impact by raising the next generation of innovative tech leaders with digital and entrepreneurial skills.
Hello, my name is Deogracious Mayu. I'm from Benin Republic. I'm a FALA 2021 award winner. And I'm also a CEO and the founder of the Young African Farmers Initiative, YAFI, whose vision is to introduce, to train students in primary school and also high school in endogenous and modern agricultural skills.
My name is Ambassador Isaac Bitrus Ingida, 2021 FALA winner from Nigeria.
Hello, I'm Ambassador Ngasa Merlin, Future African Leaders Award winner 2018 from Cameroon. I'm also the founder and the president of the Renewed Mind Leaders organization, which is a youth leadership movement which is out to train, build, and equip young people for visionary leadership.
I would like to thank the president of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, Reverend Dr. Chris Oyakilome, for this amazing platform given to young people in Africa to work, to participate in the development of their nation, of their community. And I'm very grateful, sir, for the privilege to be an ambassador of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation in Benin Republic.
In the prestigious Future African Leaders Award as a star prize plus receiving a grant of $35,000 was an incredible experience for me, giving me an opportunity to grow my influence and to expand my work globally. After winning the awards, I was opportunity to be appointed as the coordinator for the FAB Leadership Institute, where I organized different strategic training programs on leadership development to build the capacity of young people in Cameroon and the Central African region at large. Thank you so much to the Future African Leaders Foundation for believing in me and for giving me this opportunity to lead and to impact my world. Also, I was able to set up a maker space with the grant I received, where I was able to purchase 3D printers, laser cutters, laser machines, robots, drones. These are all advanced digital machines that I purchased with the grants to set up a maker space where young people are accessing it to build their solutions and so much more. I have gained adequate experience and interest in technology, innovation, in educational technology, and in community development. And I have leveraged on this interest to equip over 20,000 young Cameroonians with digital skills to match their present and future careers. And some of the activities that we do to achieve this goal are we organize the Holiday Tech Camp that has impacted over 1,000 children between the ages of 7 to 17 years, where we teach them on computer programming, we teach them on robotics, we teach them on virtual reality, on 3D printing and modeling, Internet of Things, and so much more. And the impact from this training program has been so massive, because at the end of this training, we have these children are able to write computer programs, to build their own websites, to make their own applications, to make their own games, and they're able to put things together to make their own robots. They're able to pilot drones. Some of the kids are through these drone piloting sessions are able to see their dreams of becoming pilot reality. And most times during Christmas periods, most children will ask their parents that, "Oh, mommy, daddy, buy me a toy," or "Please buy me a toy." But we are building a creative confidence through the Holiday Tech Camp in the kids, so that they can be able to build their own robots. They can be able to build robots that are like toys, but not just toys, but robots that can act as solutions to problems around them. And these are more some of the things that we do through the Holiday Tech Camp. Secondly, we organize the community challenge for young tech innovators and entrepreneurs, where they are able to come up with solutions to some of the most pressing problems in their communities using technology. And together with our partners, we are able to raise funds to support these young entrepreneurs. We don't just give them the funds directly, we give them the funds, but we also build a network of the support where they go through an incubation program to be trained by business development experts. So as they receive the funds, they have adequate training to manage and turn their ideas into sustainable solutions.
After the award, I was able to organize a training program for selected young students in various schools in Benin Republic, and they were trained on farming skills. So we held the program at Port Novo, and we were able to train 20 select students in various high school, and they were so glad. They were so glad about the program. They were so inspired, and we actually achieve our target. We hit our target because our vision is to raise in them the passion, the love for agricultural, and we get amazing testimony from the parent. The parent were so touched, were so inspired. Even for the certification program that we have with them, their parents were around, and they were so glad. So now they have basic information, they have basic knowledge on how to farm, how to produce, to grow a crop, which kind of crop to grow, and now they can apply it in their homes, and we will be reaching out to them to see how far what they learn, how far they have been able to apply it and get. We are planning also to improve those skills to help them if they have challenges. So we will continue working with them and also assist them in that vision to achieve sustainable food production at the family level.
After winning the FALA award in 2021, the first thing we did was to reach out to communities that have been affected by the insurgency in northeast Nigeria. So as part of our contribution in building a new nation, we had a need assessment in one of the communities in Madekali local government area of Adamawa State, where thousands of young people were displaced in 2014. So After the need assessment, we reach out to Kwakol Market. As part of their corporate social responsibility, the Future Africa Leaders Foundation partnered with Kwakol Market. So through this partnership, we are able to set up a modern ICT center in Maiwandu village of Madagali local government area of Adamawa State. So as a result of the insurgency, the young people there have difficulty in accessing a modern ICT center. So you see young people trekking for close to like 10 kilometers before going to school. So through this intervention, we are able to set up a modern ICT center, and the Adamawa State government were able to set up a senior secondary school in junior secondary school Maiwandu. So they now have a senior secondary school as a result of the modern ICT center we set up there. Presently, the ICT center is being used by over 1,000 young people there in Maiwandu village in Madagali local government area of Adamawa State. It was quite challenging for us due to bad road and security challenges in northeastern part of Nigeria, but we thank God it was a success, because in the race to add value to our society, there's no finish line.
For some time now, since 2016, our country, Cameroon, has been experiencing some challenges as a result of the socio-economic or the political crisis in our nation, especially in the English-speaking region of our country. And a research shows that over 900,000 children are out of school as a result of the crisis in the English-speaking region in our country. The president of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation has taught us that success is identifying a need and reaching out to solve that need. So we embark on a project to identify, support, and mentor 1,000 children back to school. And we started already a project that we call Education Cannot Wait. Like this year, some of the guys fighting the government declared that there will be no school in some areas, and some of these children that have been out of school, some of them have become they have some early pregnancy, drug abuse, theft in the town, in the community, because these children are not in school. So together with my team, we went out to these villages. We identified over 500 children who were not in school. We were able to support 250 of these children back to school. We gave them school bags, we gave them school books, we paid the school fees of some of them, both in the primary and in the secondary school. And then also we did something that we call Feed a Child Back to School, where me and my team were able to give food, support the children with food and their parents, as a source of encouragement why they should go back to school. And then we also did a medical checkup, because in our organization, that's the Renew Mind Leaders, we have many medical doctors in our network where we have mentored them over the years. Some of them, we met them in medicine school. So we have trained them, and they have caught this vision, and they see it as an opportunity also for them to contribute to the society. So we did medical checkup back to school, where these children that were identified in these villages, we did medical checkup for them to ensure that their health was sound for them to go back to school. And then I told the parents of the children that we are not just going to support these children back to school, but we are going to have a mentorship program where we are going to follow them up. We have medical doctors in our team. We have engineers in our team. We have lawyers in our team. We have teachers. So depending on the dreams of these children, we are going to have role models who are going to stand to mentor and hold the hand of these children till the university. And by the special grace of God, we are looking forward that next year we are going to empower more children and bring them into our scholarship program. And then one of our projects that we are also doing is the FALA Leadership Institute, which I'm privileged to be the central coordinator for Africa. And this year, this is an initiative that trains and mentor young people, building them with leadership skills and it's a school of leadership. So I was privileged to have it launched in over 3 countries this year. I organized it in Cameroon. We launched the FALA Leadership Institute in Cameroon, and then we also have it launched in Kenya. We also had it in South Africa. We are working already for Malawi, and we are also working for Uganda. So it has been an amazing journey, and the foundation, I'm really grateful to my man of God for the opportunity to be an ambassador of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, because as an ambassador, it has given me a voice in the work that I do. As an ambassador of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, it has caused a lot of other young people to reach out to me to mentor them. As an ambassador, it has given me the opportunity to meet with my prime minister, to meet with ministers, to meet with government officials. It has helped me project my work out there, and I'm really, really grateful.
I would like to encourage every nominee for this year and every young person out there that we are the ones we have been waiting for. We are the ones to bring transformative growth to the African continent. We are the ones to solve the problems in Africa.
My advice to the new set of nominees and awardees is you should all know that there's life after FALA. After receiving the grant, you are meant to improve on your works and also join forces in order to bet a new Africa and to bring Africa on the global map. I am also meant to raise other change makers in your sphere of influence. So I encourage you to be consistent with what you are doing, and through our collective efforts, we are going to build a new Africa of our dream. Thank you very much.
So many lives have been affected. Destinies of many young people have been changed for the best through the effort and the exemplary leadership of these vibrant youths in Africa. We encourage you to join us as we reach, inspire, and empower more young people across Africa to bring Africa into the future of our dreams. For sponsorship details and information about the Future Africa Leaders Award, please visit our website at www.futureafricaleadersfoundation.org or call the numbers now displayed on your screen. Future Africa Leaders Foundation, impacting Africa.
Welcome back to the Future Africa Leaders Award nomination show. Welcome back to this special segment, and this is the talk show segment. But before we go on further, I know our 2 special compares have already welcomed you to this year's nomination show, but I want to do so again. From all over the world and from all over this special and great continent of Africa, I welcome you to the nomination show. And I want to thank the president of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, our man of God, our prophet, our shining light and guide, the president of Love World Incorporated, Pastor Chris Oyahilome, DSC, DD, PhD. I want to thank you, Pastor, for the special privilege you've given to me to host the nomination show and to also host the award show. Thank you so much, sir. It's so amazing that 10 years have gone by of this great innovation and platform that you've given to the young people of Africa to blaze a new trail and to fulfill the vision that God has given to you and that has impacted the continent and indeed the world at large so strongly. Thank you, sir. We're here another year to announce those who have been privileged to have their work and effort at building Africa showcased to the whole world. I also want to thank and acknowledge the director of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, the highly esteemed Pastor Dr. Deola Phillips. Thank you also for the platform and the opportunity to anchor a part of the nomination show. And thank you and well done for the brilliant work that you and your team are doing to put the, drive the vision and the goals and objectives of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation and bringing them to fruition. Now, all those of you, our esteemed viewers that are watching online, on television, from across the world, different platforms, different television stations, get on social media and post your participation pictures. Get doing it now. Post your participation pictures and use the hashtags, hashtag FALF. That is FALF, Future Africa Leaders Foundation. Hashtag FALF, hashtag FALF 2022, and hashtag Impact Africa. Now get doing it on all social media platforms, but especially on the and social media platform in the whole world, the King's Chat. Get posting, and let everybody know that something special is going on right now. At this point, at this time, we have come to a special talk show segment. And during the next half hour or so, I have here with me on set 4 dynamic young people, young Africans, who have already started making a mark on the world, a mark on the continent, a mark in their various countries with what they have been doing. And we are going to be talking about reshaping the African narrative and magnifying opportunities for Africa's youth. This is a special Future Africa Leaders Foundation talk show segment. Now, what is this talk show about? The mixture of pity, superiority, indifference, and indifference tailors a dangerous narrative that typically depicts how Africans are usually viewed as poor, pitiful, tribal. That is a people that have always been and will continue to be challenged with famine, war, and all things unstable. That's how the world generally looks at Africa, and it's a narrative that has been driven. This narrative is false. It's false, and it is driven by an agenda. But that's how a lot of the world has been seeing Africa. Even Africans, that's how they see themselves. When discussing the problems of the African continent, there must be an attempt to introduce a solution, not merely pointing out the struggles and worries. This panel tonight will discuss a focus on the need to embrace a new narrative, to create a new narrative, and to ensure that narrative is embraced for Africa from an angle of positivity and hope, and not the typical picture that the lamestream media paints. First of all, I want to introduce those on the set with me tonight. From my far left, from the country of Angola, a 2016 winner of the Future Africa Leaders Award. From Angola, as I said, Mr. Joel Tiago. Joel, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. To my immediate left, from the country of Cameroon, a 2017 winner of the Future Africa Leaders Award, Davidson Mukete. I always know him as Davidson. Davidson Mukete. And when I saw him tonight, one country that has been featuring regularly on as winners of the Future Africa Leaders Award is Cameroon. And Davidson symbolizes and typifies the new Cameroon. It's good to see you again tonight, Davidson.
Thank you so much, Pastor.
Thank you. To my immediate right is a winner from last year's award, 2021, from the nation of Zambia, Funsani Destiny Zulu. Destiny, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Professor.
I told him, I said, you have a Nigerian name. I wondered, I said, Destiny. I thought only Nigerians answered Destiny. But it's good to have you once more.
Thank you so much, Professor.
And to my far right, from Nigeria, from the city of Jos, 2021 winner of the FALA, Isaac Bitrus. Isaac Ngida Bitrus. You're welcome.
Thank you, Pastor. Sir.
Thank you so much. Now, going straight to our discussion, first of all, in Africa, there seems to be an overdependence of aid. And this aid, dependence on aid from external sources, is rendering Africa's current development model unsustainable. Inasmuch as Africa is a resource-rich continent that still faces economic growth and development challenges, the real key to improving Africa lies with African leadership rather than external agencies and assistance. So the question is, can we truly aspire to an Africa that is beyond aid, that has robust systems and self-reliance? I would like to ask Joel, Mr. Tiago, to discuss this question.
Thank you, sir, for this great privilege. Before I even say anything, I want to express my gratitude to our president, Reverend Dr. Chris Oyakilome, for this platform to make impact. Because everyone knows my story. I was a refugee before, and I came out from becoming a refugee to this great man that I am today. And this is because of the type of training that I received through the Future Africa Leaders Foundation and through the teachings of our president. His mindset and his leadership has impacted our lives so much that we cannot but just be successful and very influential. So coming back to the question, I would say that what these persistent studies show is not true, it's not real, and we cannot accept it as Africans, because the way we show ourselves, it's very important. That's not what we did. Let me say, this is what many leaders did. It's a result of what many leaders did. They showed Africa to be let me say a dependent place, a nation of dependent people, and they showed most of the problems instead of the solution. So what we need to do is to focus on the solution rather than focusing on the problem. And when we are carrying out a project, we need to focus on the solution that we are bringing to the world. I always give my examples to people concerning the things that I did, because I worked on the research of the whole country of Angola on the sector of education. I finished it on the year 2021. And the way we presented the results was the right way, because we presented the solutions after analyzing the problems. So that's what we expect every young African to do. And like what I do, I also do technology, for example. And in IT, there's something that I did. I created it's a software that translates our own languages to Portuguese, because we speak Portuguese as an official language, yes. So that software that we created, with that software, people can portray the culture, the African culture, in a more sophisticated manner. Because culture is what everyone is carrying, but the way you carry it is very important. So I think digital transformation is something that we should all focus in and dive in, because when I was also talking to the previous daughter of the president, the passed on president, those are the things that I told her. I told her that we need to focus on digital transformation. And if we can capitalize on digital transformation as well, we'll be able to actually bring a stable economy in Africa, or stabilize the economy of Africa, because this is the place that the Americans and the Europeans catch the Africans, is on the digital transformation. And thank God we are already advanced. We are so advanced in digital transformation today, because right now I train Brazilians, I train people from Portugal, I train people from everywhere. I don't depend on like the money from Africa. No, there are people who pay me from outside. They pay me in dollars. Why? Because I have no limits. And just to say something is that we in Africa, we have the resources. Even if Europe was not supposed to pay anything to us or give anything to us, we already have everything that we need. Everything that we need is in Africa. So if they are striving in digital transformation and we are also advanced in it, I think there is no stopping us. And the way you present yourself is very important. That is the key, is how you present yourself, how you present what you are doing. No matter the problem, every continent has a problem, but the way they present their problems and their solutions is different from the way we present our own. So if we can change this aspect, I think Africa is going to be a transformed place, because we are already richer. We have resources. We have everything that we need. Thank you, sir.
So you are saying that the solution that Africa should look at is digital transformation.
Yes, sir. I have an example to give. When I was studying Dubai right now is 98% digital, let me say, when it comes to documentations, right? When it comes to organizations and the documentations of the government, most of it is digital. Like in Africa, we used to print, or we print almost everything. And this is billions of dollars that we use in a year. So if we can change that aspect, we will save billions of dollars already. So digital transformation is not something that we are going to slack on it. No, we are not going to do that, because there are many intelligent people in Africa. Like, for example, there are some new technologies that came out through AI, for example. That's some of the things that I'm teaching people. You can tell the AI to bring the codes that you need for you. You can tell it what to do. So if AI can do that right now, and we in Africa, we are the ones who know our problem, and we can really bring the innovations that we need using all those technologies, there is nothing we cannot do.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The next thing we're going to talk about is the continent of Africa is neither as poor nor as static as the collective body of persistent studies suggest. Now, in carrying out projects as future Africa leaders, it's important to focus more on magnifying the solutions rather than the problems. We must change the way we talk and think about Africa. I'd like to ask Destiny Zulu from Zambia to shed more light on this.
Thank you so much, Pastor Titi, sir. I would like to especially thank our dear President of the Future African Leaders Foundation, Reverend Dr. Christy Kilome, for according me the opportunity to serve in the foundation. I'm grateful to Pastor because he believes in Africa and the youth thereof. I'd like to also especially thank the Director of the Future African Leaders Foundation, Pastor Dr. Diola Phillips, for believing in me and all of us in the foundation. Pastor, sir, please allow me to also thank my regional pastor. Thank you, Pastor Ose Oyakilome, for loving me and supporting me all the way. I love you, ma. Pastor, yes, indeed. We Africans need to stop focusing on the history and let me use the word destructive history and the undesirable elements thereof, and focus on the aspects that contributes to the greatness of our continent. And Pastor, with your permission, I would like to quote the president of the Future African Leaders Foundation, Reverend Christy Ekilome. He could often say, changing mentalities is necessary to achieve a complete transformation. So basically that, Pastor, sir, really, we really need to forget about the history of Africa and focus on the aspects. He talked about technology. You know, there are many aspects that contribute to the greatness of Africa, and that should be our focus from now onwards. Thank you so much, sir.
You know, like, I like what you said. Most of the history that we learn in school, or if I want to go to the history of South Africa, for example, or even Zambia, most of the things I'm going to be seeing are the maybe intertribal wars to the various different tribes in Zambia, how they fought. You know, that's when we think about Zambia or we hear about Zambia, there is not much about the success story, innovators, anyone who has brought positive development or growth to the country. The same thing with Angola. All we hear about Angola about how Agostinho Neto fought the war and the different MPLA, and MPLA was in Angola, right?
Yes.
The different factions. Was Jonas Savimbi in?
Savimbi was in UNITA.
UNITA?
And Agostinho Neto was in MPLA.
Now they fought each other. That's all we hear about Angola. No positive thing. The same thing when you go to the northern part of Africa, you talk about the eastern part of Africa, the western part of Africa is wars, killings, murders, betrayals and stuff like that. It's like nothing good comes out of the continent. But there are positive parts of the continent that should be highlighted, and that's what you are saying.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sir. Thank you so much. Sir.
Indeed, Africa needs to stop focusing on the destructive history of the continent and the undesirable elements that remain. Instead, they need to focus on the aspects that make Africa the great place it is. And this will help move the continent forward. Changing mentalities is necessary to achieve a complete transformation. And next, I would like to ask Isaac Bitrus from Nigeria. I would like to ask, why is this important? That is to change the mentality in order to achieve a complete transformation. Why is this important?
Thank you, Pastor Sir. Firstly, I want to extend my profound gratitude to the President of the Future African Leaders Foundation, Reverend Dr. Christy Ekilome, DSCDD. Thank you, Pastor Sir, for providing a platform for us through the Future African Leaders Foundation to change the narrative of Africa and to also bring Africa on the global map. And to the Director of the Future African Leaders Foundation, Pastor Dr. Deola Phillips, thank you, Ma, for giving me the opportunity to be a blessing to Africa. Pastor Sir, you know, over the years, so much is being said about Africa that is not positive, but through the Future African Leaders Foundation, we are changing the narrative of Africa by impacting our generation positively. I think this year it has really been remarkable for me. I think last week, we just held the first edition of the Adamawa Leadership Summit. You know, Adamawa State is one of the states in the northeastern part of Nigeria that have been affected badly by the insurgency. So through the Adamawa Leadership Summit, we are able to bring up critical stakeholders to address issues that is affecting the state. We have representative of the governor. We also have representative of the former president. That's the former vice president, Atiku Abubakar. So through the Adamawa Leadership Summit, we set up a conversation to challenge the young people, because I was one of the victims of the insurgency in 2014. And you see like young people, before they have like access to quality education, they have to like trek for like 10 kilometers. So what we did, we had a need assessment in one of the communities that have been affected by the insurgency. So we set up an ICT center as part of our contribution in giving them an opportunity to learn. So, Pastor Sir, presently the ICT center is currently being used by over 1,000 young people because we have close to like 4 villages making use of the ICT center. So, Pastor Sir, through the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, we are changing the narrative, and through our various platforms, we are building a new breed of leaders by changing their mindset, because, you know, the way the mainstream media project Africa, that is not positive, but we need to tell our story, Pastor Sir. Thank you, Pastor Sir.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on the Adamawa Leadership Forum that you initiated.
Thank you,
congratulations
Pastor.
on that.
Thank you, Pastor.
Finally, Africa does not need charity. It needs good leadership. The cultivation of leaders with exceptional character and skills is critical to Africa's development. And thankfully, the Future Africa Leaders Foundation has exemplary leadership through the exemplary leadership of the President of Love World, Reverend Dr. Chris Oyakhilome, DSCDD, is raising transformational future Africa leaders, of which you, Mr. Davidson Mukete from Cameroon, you've been a beneficiary. Now, please, Davidson, I want to tell us a bit about your work with the foundation and how you are changing the typical African narrative.
So thank you very much, sir. So I'm very grateful, first of all, to the president of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, who also doubles as the president of Love Incorporated. And I dare say, sir, that he triples as the president of the world. And sir, thank you so much for your liquid love that you've shown us over the years and still do show us through the Future Africa Leaders Foundation. So thank you for being on set with you. So every time I'm on set with you, it's like being there for the very first time. I also want to thank the CEO and the director of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation for her love and loyalty that she has shown us over the years. And more importantly, my zonal director or pastor for always having the time and the energy to give his confidence and vote of confidence to us. We're very grateful so much, Pastor Akin Oketuji, sir. So quickly, it's true that Africa does not really need all these things that they call it aid. I think that Reverend Chris Oyakhilome puts it better. He says there are handouts, and that's actually what they are. There are no aids, because if I issue you help, and the help has strings attached, a lot of strings attached, then it's no longer help. China will say, if I have to give you aid, then Hong Kong, you have to recognize that Hong Kong is part of China. So you really, it's not, you are paying me for, in fact, you are buying for my conscience in a very subtle way, and it's a wicked way to do. So quickly, my effort through the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, I won in 2017, and since winning in 2017, my goal has been to raise other persons like myself. Because a success without a successor is failure. And you want to raise more young people to help so that if one of us can chase 1,000, then two can chase 10,000. So the more we have, the more we are, the more we can easily transform, so that you don't want to be that one voice or that one candle shining in darkness or that one voice shouting in the wilderness. But if there are many candles, you can easily light up the whole world, or Africa, as it may be. So, sir, I have majored into mentorship. See, Pastor, sir, the president told us he put it in a better way. He said that when Joseph was in Egypt, that they lived well. They gave them a piece of Goshen, and they gave them all the honor and the dignity that they deserve. Then generations came and passed, everybody kept dying. And then the Bible says, there came a certain Pharaoh who knew nothing about the Israelites and about Joseph and what he had done for Egypt. And he enslaved the Israelites. Now, we may blame Pharaoh for that, but the Bible tells us that there came a Pharaoh who knew nothing. So somebody failed in mentorship or in mentoring him in the right direction he was supposed to go. And that was the problem. So he is acting out of ignorance and stupidity, but because somebody failed. So many African leaders are failing because they lack the right orientation and mentorship. The educational system is corrupt. What we watch on TV, they are all lies, or they are carefully edited truth, if I may call it that way. Everything seems to be absurd. It's channeled towards a particular agenda. you know. And it is no longer as though it is being hidden. No, it is made clear to the whole world that this is what they want to do. And so when people like Pastor comes, our president comes and is talking rash, you know, when somebody is knowledgeable and the person is wealthy and the person is right, you know, there's a kind of gusto and momentum you talk that the world is not happy about it. And then they start saying that it is conspiracy theory. So I have majored into mentorship, like the president, because I don't want that generations should come, or these young people now should act like that Pharaoh who somebody failed to mentor or to say this is the right direction. Pastor sir, mentorship takes you to a place in yourself that you cannot get there by yourself. That's what mentorship does. It takes you to a place in your own self that you can't get there by yourself. Throughout the years, when I was growing up, I just wanted to get there, get a good job, get married, have my children, and life continues. But when I met the president of Love Incorporated, that was not life. Life is beyond that. Then you did not live, you just existed like any other person. So for you to actually live life, to be saying you are living, there must be a purpose that you want to achieve, that you are achieving. There must be something you're doing for mankind. To say you're success means there must be a need, and you reach out to the need. See, Pastor, that kind of ideology, that kind of mentorship, transform my thinking, transform me, transform the way I reason, transform my direction to a different point. And that's how I got to where I am. And so for my personal work, the Star Prize winner, the first ever Star Prize winner in 2019 from Cameroon, I was my mentee. I met Babene Helen Iweni. I met her when she had not started doing anything, but she had the mindset to do, and I took her to the right direction. Ngoe Michael Wawa of 2022 of the Star Prize winner was also my mentee that I mentored. So this is a proof of what mentorship can do, sir.
And it's working.
And it's working, sir.
At this time, I would like to get to the video wall. I have two gentlemen over here who are going to be talking with us. When I see his name, my thought goes to Che Guevara. But he's Guevara, Ambassador Guevara Menzi from the nation of Rwanda. And he was 2021 FALA winner. Guevara, how are you? It's good to see you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Professor. It's good to see you too, sir.
You heard us what we're talking about, reshaping the narrative about Africa. It's assumed everybody looks at Africa as a continent that depends on charity, depends on aid, because there's so much tribalism, nepotism, genocide, wars, and stuff like that. How are we going about reshaping this narrative? Very, very briefly, Guevara, what do you have to say as someone, your country is one of those that experienced what is typically, in quote, the African narrative, but your country, you are changing it greatly, and it's great to see one of our FALA winners coming from the nation of Rwanda. So what do you have to say about this?
Thank you very much, Professor, for this wonderful opportunity. First of all, I'd like to take this wonderful opportunity to thank the president of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation. I would like to, it has been such a great honor to be here today on this panel discussion, and it's a big honor for me. It has always been a dream for me. And I would also like to thank the CEO and the director of the Future Africa Leaders, Pastor Diola Phillips. You have been such a very huge inspiration to many of us. And I would also like to thank my zonal pastor and my group pastor for such a wonderful opportunity to be here today. Changing the narratives of Africa, like you mentioned, our nation Rwanda that faced very big, such a thing that happened in our nation, which was the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. And as you mentioned, Pastor Sa, there is a way that our nation was able to move and be able to change. This is because we had a good leadership, in having a president, which is Paul Kagame of the nation of Rwanda. He has been really inspiring many people, and especially the young people. He always has this time of always encouraging the young people to be able to be the ones to make the change, to always change the narratives, because in Africa, people always expect everything to come from someone else. But, we have always been trained with this leadership of understanding that we shouldn't always be waiting for something to come out of someone's help, or we always have to wait for charity. But we grew up with this kind of mentality of understanding that we are the ones that have to be the ones to do it, not us waiting for others to do things for us, but us to be the ones to take the step and be able to change the narratives of what people see Africa in another way. So that's what I want to say. We should always be the ones to take that step. And as young people, the Future Africa Leaders has given us this platform to be the ones to go out there and step up and say, this is what we want to do. This is how we want to change the narratives of Africa and our nations where we come from. Thank you very much, Pastor.
Thank you very, very much. You communicated very, very well. And you're a good representative of Rwanda. Really inspiring. Thank you so much. And I have also one of our winners from last year from our neighbors, one of our neighbors, Ghana, Jan Finawa Emmanuel, and our jollof is better than your jollof anyway. For the record, it's good to see you. And
good to see you, Pastor Titi, sir.
And you as a FALA winner, you are one of those involved in reshaping the narrative of how Africa is looked upon. Can you tell, just share with us briefly your thoughts on what we're saying, reshaping Africa, giving Africa a new narrative, and presenting Africa in a different way to the whole world? What do you have to say, Jan?
Thank you so much, Pastor Titi, sir. I would want to use this wonderful opportunity to thank the president of the Future Africa Leaders Award, of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, Reverend Dr. Chris Oyakhilome, DSCDD. I would also want to use this wonderful opportunity to thank our CEO, Pastor Diola Phillips, for this amazing opportunity and for the wonderful training. Pastor, this is an amazing question, because recently I was on a panel with young people, and it was a discussion around this topic. And Pastor, on the discussion, I heard young people talking about the challenges Africa has faced, talking about the challenges Africa has gone through, several ways they personally have gone through. And listening to these young people, it was full of complaints. And so it came down to me, and then one thing I mentioned was this formula, which is complaining, has been tried and tested several generations before our time. In our great grandfathers, they complained about situations, Africa's problem. Grandfathers did. Generations before us have done that. The formula hasn't worked. Complaining about situations haven't worked. What about we trying to change the formula? Why don't we do that? And so not just complaining about the problem, but we standing in as not just speakers, but activists. And that is one beautiful thing about the Future African Leaders Foundation, sir. And so what I did at the end of the day was I spoke to some of them, introducing them to this particular nomination show, because I wanted them to see what is happening around with young people, what young people are doing around the world. Before I actually won last year, I had been participating in the Future Africa Leaders nomination shows and the award sessions and all, and these were things that inspired me. If people don't see it, they think there is little that is being done, or people are not doing so much. But if you participate in a program like this, you can actually see that there is a lot young people are doing here in Africa. And so, Pastor, these are some of the things that I believe can change what Africa has been represented, what Africa has been shown us to people around the world. We changing the formula, we becoming activists, not just saying, but also doing with every effort, with every opportunity we are being given at any place, we take advantage of that. And so I believe with leaders around the world, especially ones that the Future Africa Leaders Foundation has raised, and young people that are also participating and watching will be inspired, and together Africa will become a very great place few years to come. Thank you very much for the opportunity, sir.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Jan Finawa, thank you so much, all the way from Ghana. I want to thank our two 2021 FALA winners, Emmanuel, Jan, and Guevara Manzi from Rwanda, for contributing so beautifully to what we have been discussing. And I see a theme running through what every one of you, no, thank you. Every one of you have said, Africa can only be changed by Africans, and very importantly, by the young people in Africa. And I want to call on every young person in Africa that is watching, wherever you are, to take action. Don't wait for someone else to make a change. Don't wait for someone else to give you the opportunity. You have to do something. All the young people here, they've started doing something, and that's what you've got to do. Like Davidson said, mentoring others. You need to tell others what they can achieve and what they can do, and to also let them know of the things that other Africans are doing. And the world is going digital. We need to get into the digital space, not spending our time on WhatsApp and Facebook and Instagram and TikTok.
As our president always says, that you should tell yourself that instead of watching others, they should watch me.
Watch you, yes.
And there's something that I'm so grateful to the CEO that she taught us on a global conference. She said, be the pace setter, meaning that we should be the ones setting the pace for the others to follow.
That's what you've got to take action now. You can see on the screen, sign up for the Leadership Initiative Award, the LIA. Just go to the website on the screen, the Future Africa Leaders Foundation.org/Leadership Initiative Award, all one word. Go there and sign up and begin to do something. Later on, there's a special prize coming up early next year. It's a challenge. We'll talk more about it shortly. But meanwhile, we are going to start announcing the nominations for the 2022 prize. And we have some celebrity announcers. And they'll be announcing on agriculture and education. To announce the nominations for agriculture, we'll be joined by Wisdom Jacob. He's a 2016 FALA Prize winner. And announcing the nominations for education is Christian Kwesi Kuma, a 2020 FALA Prize winner. So, the time has come for us to know who is in the running for the Star Prize this year and who are those in the running for the 2022 FALA prizes. Is he going to Cameroon again? Well,
I think so.
That question will be announced 31st December, New Year's Eve service with Pastor Chris. But just watch these nominations and I'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 Future Africa Leaders Awards nomination show. Now in its 10th year, and we are excited to welcome you from all over the world and wherever you're participating from in different countries in Africa. My name is Wisdom Jacob. I'm one of the winners of the 2016 Future Africa Leaders Awards from the nation of Nigeria. I'm excited to welcome you to this grand event tonight, and I will want to use this great opportunity to thank our president of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, Reverend Dr. Chris Oyakhilome. Thank you, sir, for stirring young people to take up responsibilities for their own future and to deal with their own challenges Thank you, sir. Africa's young generation of today are the stakeholders of tomorrow, and their input is important in bringing solutions that will lead to adequate capacity development for the creation of sustainable food systems. And without a doubt, Africa has the potential to become a global agricultural powerhouse. With 70% of Africans dependent on agriculture for livelihood, the sector is critical to the economies of all African countries. As a sector, its growth is central to increasing prosperity, food security, industrialization, and intra-African trade, and bolstering Africa's contribution to global trade. And tonight, we applaud the various youth innovators that are creating successful transitions for African youth in the labor market and transforming food systems in Africa. I now present to you these sets of nominees. Bakaki Yusuf from Uganda, Lekuwa Grace from Benin, Abdurrahman El Halafawi from Egypt, Bridget Kalilombe from Zambia.
Bakaki Yusuf from Uganda. Bakaki Yusuf is a 23-year-old Ugandan leader with a fervent desire for nation building who has demonstrated exemplary leadership by volunteering to render the most needed services in his community and bringing about mindset change among students and fellow youth in the entire eastern part of Uganda. He is the founder and team leader of Young Leaders Africa, YLA, a Ugandan NGO that he founded with a vision of creating a safe networking space for young people to empower and support each other. Through the project and programs of this initiative, with most of the local population in eastern Uganda relying on farming for their livelihood, Bakaki started a model farm for youth and women to learn modern farming methods, gain access to good farming equipment, and get free seeds for their farms. This model farm is seated on 5 hectares of land and provides training to women and young people engaged in different agricultural sectors on improved agronomic practices, markets, and agribusinesses, formulates and strengthens farmers' groups, and creates a platform to improve coordination among stakeholders. Over 50,000 farmers from the region have visited Bakaki's model farm this year. He led the residents and youth of Bulambadi village to clear up surrounding waterlogged bushes that had been turned into hideouts for criminals and home to deadly reptiles, causing the death of several members of the community. His leadership in implementing this project earned him praise and rewards from the district authorities and the general public. Bakaki has reached and impacted millions of people, especially youths in Uganda, working with his team members, community leaders, and other partners. He implemented projects and programs and outreaches such as conferences, workshops, seminars, and career orientations in schools, various forms of community outreaches, media campaigns, and food drives amongst others. Concerned about the high rate of mothers dying during childbirth in Kamuli district, Bakaki worked with his partners to donate 300 mama kits to expectant mothers at Kamuli General Hospital. During this outreach, over 500 expectant mothers were sensitized on the best practices to ensure safe deliveries. The hospital has recorded the lowest mortality rates in 3 months since the outreach program started. Remedying the issue of limited access to proper healthcare services in the eastern region of Uganda, he worked with a team from a medical school and some referral hospitals to organize 7 mega medical outreaches in 7 districts of eastern Uganda, offering services such as dermatology care, surgeries, dental care, malaria checkup and treatment, and free scans, among many others. Over 25,000 people were served and given free medication worth nearly $30,000. In partnership with the Uganda Police in eastern Uganda, Bakaki opened a resource center for street children to receive counseling, skills training, mentorships, swimming lessons, and free food. Over 500 street children have been impacted by this center, with some of them currently acquiring vocational skills. This has especially benefited those involved in substance abuse and in need of rehabilitation. Bakaki also implemented the Educational Empowerment Project in partnership with the Inner City Missions for Children. In this project, he organized computer literacy seminars in 5 rural schools, impacting over 1,000 children. He also donated scholastic materials to 500 inner city children to support their second-term holiday. Concerned with the very poor housing facilities of the old people in the remote areas of eastern Uganda, Bakaki started a fundraising campaign of building proper houses for the elderly. So far, $15,000 has been collected and 2 homes have been constructed in Iganga district for 2 elderly women who were abandoned in the villages. One of them has 15 grandchildren staying with her. Bakaki is not only a true leader, but also a change maker who has taken the responsibility of improving the social and economic lives of people. He is indeed a leader to emulate. Grace Lekukwa from Benin Republic. Grace Lekukwa, a 21-year-old humanitarian and women empowerment activist from Benin Republic, is passionate about building and equipping young girls. She started the Bio-Africa project that focused on the creation of a seed bank to preserve biological and indigenous seeds, and she partnered with local farmers in Benin and Sao Tome. To achieve this, she secured 12 hectares of land for continual planting and seed production in the project's first phase. She also facilitated an interview on Radio Topa where she enlightened its listeners on the importance of seed preservation, reaching over 1 million people. The second phase of the Bio-Africa project is tagged Every Home a Farm Initiative, EHAFI, and is aimed at distributing tomato and pepper seeds to several families, training them on how to grow these and other plants, and teaching them the importance of saving seeds. Through this initiative, the benefiting families are now self-sustaining and certain of healthier products. To contribute to relief efforts for people affected by the skyrocketing prices of food items, she organized a food drive in partnership with ASEP to distribute packs containing foodstuffs and other basic supplies to over 1,000 vulnerable families and disabled people in 3 communities of Benin Republic, namely Agugui, Unuin, and Dagbao. Also with ASEP, she has raised $40,000 from sponsors to construct boreholes in 25 communities, providing portable water to over 20,000 people. They also mounted 5 streetlights in the village called DRA, thus making it a safer environment for its residents. She is the author of the book She, which is directed towards raising female leaders and is available in English, French, Portuguese, and Ghana, one of the most widely spoken languages in the country. To extend the impact of the book, she launched the Project 100,000 campaign to distribute free copies to 100,000 young girls in Africa. She leads a group of young girls called the She Network Africa, with members from 8 countries including Benin, Togo, Nigeria, Congo, Sao Tome, Niger, Senegal, and Cameroon. As part of her commitments to raising financially stable and independent young ladies, she partnered with JED to reach and train 23,100 young girls from all 77 communities of Benin Republic. The girls were taught various skills including graphic design, video editing, bead making, decorations, and cooking. quite a number of beneficiaries have already begun to generate income for themselves. She also held various youth empowerment programs in schools such as the University of Abomey Calavi, Irgib Africa, Jardine des Elus, Bon Berger, and Khaled Michel Dubois de Pahou, impacting over 4,000 young people. Every student and professor in attendance received free Christian materials. Indeed, Grace Lekukwa is an inspiring and commendable African leader. Abdurrahman Zaki El Halafi from Egypt. Abdurrahman Zaki El Halafi is an ardent social entrepreneur who has a zeal for sustainable growth, agriculture, waste management, and supporting startup businesses. El Halafi has proven records in building and validating, assessing, and scaling scalable agri-solutions that strengthen the model throughout various stages. This year, he accomplished the following: fundraised over $135,000 in grants and equity financing for 2 Egyptian startups in agritech and SaaS to grow their product, acquire more customers, and access new markets. Co-founded, co-managed, and led Cup MENA to innovate and develop agri-technology and agri-solutions with a high-value proposition, social impact, and market capital. To help Cup MENA deliver its mission, he secured 9 partnerships with several local and international governmental entities such as Costa, Duncan, Amor Perfecto, 30 North, and the Swedish Embassy in Cairo. He also promoted Cup MENA to take part in 8 startup support programs such as Dubai Chamber, Change Labs, Mohammed Ben Rashid Investment Fund, Impact, Village Capital, and MAN. He raised over $275,000 in funding to maintain research and development for growing, spreading, and scaling up agriculture. Some of this was equity financing from Savor Venture, Oxfam, Sherar Entrepreneurship Hub, and Gazer, and grants from the Arab Youth Center. He helps early-stage startups to secure funds to develop their minimum viable product and to reach product market fit by managing communication between the startups and potential investors. He is also a crucial player in enhancing these startups' business model, value proposition, business plan, pitch deck, financials, and identifying their social impact. Through self-study and online learning programs, Abdurrahman dived deeper into the business side to keep growing his business and help other small businesses in his city and country. Abdurrahman is a great contributor to economic growth and development and is deserving of recognition as an agent of change for his country. Bridget Kalilombe from Zambia. Bridget Kalilombe is a self-driven youth leader who is passionate about developing communities and transforming Africa. As a graduate in general agriculture, she volunteered at First Quantum Minerals, FQM, to train farmers in conservation farming and other modern farming techniques. This provided training and technical support to 40,000 plus farmers and seeds to 7,000 farmers. This initiative improved the food security of many communities in the northwestern province of Zambia. She was part of the OYA training program, which delivered 21,000 fingerlings to 60 youths who participated. She is the founder of an NGO called Girls Future, with the vision of eliminating early marriages and teen pregnancies through girls and women empowerment, especially in rural areas. She has partnered with local and international organizations to transform many youngsters in her community and beyond. She facilitated a skills acquisition program tagged Girls in Entrepreneurship, and this was held in 3 districts in Zambia: educating girls on technical skills, including hairdressing, baking, poultry, farming, and fashion design. 500 girls were impacted, and 20 of them received grants to start business. In commemoration of World Day of Persons with Disabilities, she set up a soup kitchen at Kimiteto Combined School in the inner city of Solwezi. The school has over 2,000 students, most of whom come from poor homes and underserved communities. The school also has a high record of student dropouts, as most of the students with disabilities are unable to cope. Bridget organized a food drive in that school for 558 students. She also helped to renovate 2 classrooms and distributed Christian materials to the students and staff, mentoring children at orphanages and organizing regular visits to donate food, clothes, groceries, learning materials, and Christian materials is a passion for Bridget. Also, she has organized humanitarian outreaches to schools affecting many young lives. She launched a book club titled Mind Broadening, with the aim of promoting quality literacy education for underprivileged children. Over 200 children attended the tutorials on a weekly basis and all got meals and learning materials. Bridget is also an ambassador for Africa Project Against Suicide, a suicide prevention initiative to alert African citizens and government about the looming cases of suicide and to create systematic interventions. During the commemoration of World Suicide Prevention Day, her team hosted a radio program to create awareness, and her radio show, Girl's Voice, reaches over 30,000 people and spotlights issues related to giving the girl child quality education. The show has featured key players like Vision Zambia and Kinsanshi Foundation, who donated thousands of sanitary pads to girls in communities and secondary schools. Indeed, Bridget is an exceptional leader, a force who has consistently impacted the lives of young people across Zambia.
Hello, my name is Christian Kwesikuma, 2020 winner of the Future Africa Leaders Award from the nation of Ghana. Firstly, let me welcome you to the 2022 edition of the Future Africa Leaders Awards nomination show. I would like to seize this rare opportunity to thank in a special way the President of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, Reverend Dr. Chris Oyakhilome, for building and mentoring young people to harness challenges in education through innovative strategies, processes, systems, and practices to create productive, efficient, and quality education for young people in Africa. Access to education and skills development opportunities form a critical foundation for the future success and productivity of African youth. Countries across the continent have realized the importance of education, investing significantly in expanding school enrollment and bringing it to 80% on average. For African youth to meaningfully contribute to their communities and nations, they need educational opportunities that are diverse, high quality, and adaptable to the future labor market. Over the past 9 years, the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, in its signature efforts, has contributed immensely towards a revitalized, quality, relevant, and harmonized educational system responsive to the needs of Africa. Following the closure of public universities in Nigeria due to the industrial strike action by the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, the Future Africa Leaders Foundation launched the FALA School of Learning Initiative, a 10-week intensive leadership and management program as an alternative learning and strategic intervention for many young people in Nigeria. In this next set of nominees tonight, we are celebrating the efforts and remarkable strides made by some young leaders across Africa who have continued in their quest to avail inclusive and equitable education
as well as a promotion of lifelong learning opportunities for many others in their respective communities. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the next set of nominees for the Future Africa Leaders Awards 2022. Emanuela Koka from Nigeria. Mazivahanga Gracious from Zimbabwe. Marvel Mtembu from South Africa. Diallo Rashidatu from Guinea. Salima Emery from Togo. Precious Suzanne Toka from Sierra Leone.
Emanuela Koka from Nigeria is a determined 24-year-old Nigerian youth leader and influencer who has changed her observed challenges into phenomenal solutions in the African society. She founded an initiative called Afri-Educate. It is a youth-led organization aimed at fostering practical education in rural African communities to encourage youth participation in leadership and to advocate for the plight of the African child, with unique emphasis on northern Nigeria, where she was raised. To further her organization's goals, she volunteered in various STEM-oriented organizations and introduced the STEM method to several students and teachers in public schools, impacting over 5,000 African students and hundreds of educators on-site and online. She organized a project called the Arawa STEM Week in collaboration with STEM Makers Africa and the Kano State Ministry of Education. The program was an awareness campaign aimed to propose an inclusion of more STEM courses into the educational curriculum of public schools in Kano. Also, she trained 127 teachers across the Universal Education Board on modern-day tech skills. Collaborating with young leaders in her community, she addresses issues relating to depression, identity crisis, and career guide, impacting hundreds of youth through constructive discussions that inspire modern skills development and potential discovery. Emanuela hosted an online conference tagged a RISE Conference with the objective of engaging active youth in national and global leadership through creative entrepreneurship and social change. She successfully reached 5,034 young persons in 3 African countries, Ghana, Cameroon, and Nigeria. The conference received high commendations and resulted in several young persons starting up their own organizations. In response to the poor education standards in her community that caused alarming failure rates in matriculation exams, she pioneered the Spark Up Box project, organized part-time classes for disadvantaged children, and remedial mathematics and science classes for students. With an 8-week class, a lifelong mentorship was established for beneficiaries that graduated from the program. 6 beneficiaries are currently studying medicine, engineering, theater arts, etc. across Nigerian universities. Sensitive to the plight of schools in her community, Emanuela collaborated with several organizations and government agencies such as the Ministry of Education, Rotary Club, and other philanthropists to renovate a dilapidated government girls' secondary school in Kano State, Nigeria. This laudable project has seen the school enroll and properly manage 1,078 school girls since then. She has also volunteered with several youth-led organizations, including Dean Initiative, World Largest Lessons, STEM Makers Africa, and CodeFest, where she consistently impacts youths in her community. Emanuela has received several awards and accolades recipient for her altruistic humanitarian work. She is the President Ambassador for Religion and Peace in her community. Her program, the Arawa STEM Week program, was reported by a newspaper agency. Indeed, Emanuela Koka is an agent of change in our society. Gracious Mazivanhanga from Zimbabwe. has successfully provided sustainable solutions that benefited millions of lives in her country. Propelled by her passion for quality education for all, she has developed initiatives and pioneered activities that played integral roles in eliminating factors that hinder successful learning, while relentlessly advocating children's and women's rights in her community and country. Feats and innovations recorded include the following: coordination of a 3-tier education program that impacted over 1 million students and their respective families by providing school fees for vulnerable children, mentorship, training, stationaries, and meal packs. The organization of a student leadership project in partnership with key stakeholders in our country to address challenges that face children in rural areas in Zimbabwe. Over 1,000 students have been trained through the program and are now equipped with essential soft skills and more. Organize a school shoe drive for students in the Dumbos community in response to the lack of adequate school uniforms for students. As part of the drive, she produced a short documentary that went viral and was used as an international tool to advocate for the need for students to be in school. Through this initiative, she transformed the lives of over 1 million residents in several communities. As team lead at Heart for the Nations Trust, a Christian organization involved in initiatives that transform the lives of residents of Zimbabwe, Gracious has contributed massively by organizing monthly food and clothes drive to orphanages and the homeless, reaching over 2,000 orphans and homeless people. She initiated a prisoners rehabilitation program in partnership with Zimbabwe Prisons Authority. Through donations and fundraising efforts, mops, brooms, tissues, soap, buckets, cups, plates, blankets, clothes, Bibles, books, and detergents were distributed to several prisons with over 4,000 prisoners as beneficiaries. She also actively participated in several cleanup campaigns and fumigation processes within prisons in Zimbabwe to improve the living conditions of inmates. She founded the Feed a Million initiative in partnership with a friend to provide financial and social aid and volunteer assistance to the needy in her community. Through the organization, she has awarded scholarships to 10 students, equipped 500 students with soft skills and student leadership, organized soup kitchens for the homeless, and donated essentials to several schools and orphanages. She organized and coordinated a medical outreach for Dumbos Hava in partnership with Doctors and Nurses on a Mission Zimbabwe, offering free medical checkups, medication, physiotherapy, cancer screening, and dental services to over 500 people. As a volunteer with Doctors and Nurses on a Mission, she has traveled to marginalized communities in Zimbabwe to provide free health care. She has been featured in DW News, a German news channel advocating for gender equality as a STEM representative, and has received awards and certifications from several international organizations. In 2022, Gracious amply demonstrated excellent leadership skills and relentless innovativeness that impacted millions of lives in her country and beyond. Marvel Ntembu from South Africa is a visionary leader who is impacting the world with the investment of his personality. With a passion to impact his nation and beyond, Marvel founded an organization in 2015 called Crushing the Barriers, CTB. Under his leadership, CTB has carried out projects in 18 African countries such as South Africa, Kenya, Lesotho, Nigeria, Ghana, Egypt, Sudan, and others. This initiative, through its various arms, has fought against socio-economic challenges in various African countries. Marvel and his team have impacted over 210,000 people in Africa and beyond. With a vision to improve education in Africa, CTB has hosted several projects to contribute to learning for students. CTB partnered with the Inner City Missions for Children to build libraries in Riverside and Dispute communities in South Africa. They also donated school materials to libraries in 6 communities in South Africa and also organized back-to-school campaigns where 150 children were sent back to school in countries like Sudan and Nigeria. In order to fight against bullying in schools, CTB pioneered an anti-bullying project, ABP, in partnership with the South African Police Services. The project has formed a consortium with other stakeholders to help the victims of bullying and to counter those who bully others to make the school environment a safe haven. The Innovative Motion Education IME initiative of CTB has also pioneered the Eduton Show that teaches students for free. This year, the Eduton hosted tours to the Science Laboratory, granting students the opportunity to do practical experiments. This initiative hosted academic and success motivation programs in 85 secondary schools in 6 African countries, impacting over 93,000 students. CTB centers in South Africa and Liberia jointly hosted a quiz competition called Adventure of Masterminds, involving 4 schools. This competition was an avenue to inspire more passion for learning in students and to encourage them to enjoy school rather than seeing it as an avenue to pass time. The CTB initiative in the sports department hosted several sports tournaments, leagues, and mentorship, using sports as a tool to eradicate crime and substance abuse and also reduce poverty. It also uses sports to drive blood donation. In 2022, Marvel held a sports tournament titled Save a Life with the aim of donating blood to the South African National Blood Banks. The organization got people to donate 80 pints of blood. CTB, in response to the increasing rate of femicide attacks in South Africa, partnered with the South African Police Services and other stakeholders to host a gender-based awareness program with students at Signa Institute in Johannesburg, South Africa. Through CTB's Art Arms, Marvel hosted art events, giving a platform to aspiring artists in South Africa and Zimbabwe to showcase their work. This program also started a youth talent search show that engages youth artists through podcasts, reaching over 1,032 youths. CTB also adopted and worked with over 15 orphanages in South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Mozambique, and donated items such as food, clothes, to over 2,800 indigenous children and adults. Marvel has mentored 140 young people in leadership and social impact, and has received several recognitions nationally and internationally. This includes the Princess Diana Award 2020 by the UK Royal Family and Young Mandelas of the Future 2019, among others. Marvel is an amazing leader and a great blessing to Africa. Rasidatu Diallo is a 23-year-old humanitarian activist from Guinea who is a promoter of peace and community development, being a champion of change since 2011. She has carried out numerous projects that contributed to the well-being of her community through education and peace campaigns, as well as other humanitarian projects. This includes the mobilization of 20 young people to participate in a national debate competition in the Interokeri region, resulting in their obtaining a peace center and mini library for over 3,000 young people in Matoto to promote peace in the Conakry region that was affected by violence. With her 7 Langley Recitatal project, she and her team organized educational talk that brought 780 young people together to be trained on entrepreneurship and civic issues. The project also enlightened the participants on conflict mediation techniques and the spirit of good citizenship as part of their training to be ambassadors of peace and autonomy. She's enthusiastic about humanitarianism and is currently leading a project to strengthen the bonds of friendship and fraternity among young Guineans in the Ratoma municipality. About 2,000 youth in the locality have benefited from this project, and they have received football gears and other free items worth 3 million francs, that is $345. Every year, she sponsors the Kiridaya and Hakuna Matata orphanages in Matoto by providing school kits at the start of the school year. Since 2021, 11.2 million Guinean francs, that is $1,300 have been raised to fund school supplies for orphans. Also, she started the distribution of a women's kit containing hygiene and self-care products to help those in need, and mobilized a sum of 5,100,000 Guinean francs, that is $590, to provide free training in soap making, entrepreneurship, and youth leadership to 25 girls during the Women's History Month in March 2022. In April 2022, her team raised 7 million Guinean francs, that is $810, to purchase rice, sugar, juice, and other relief items for 200 vulnerable people. She also organized awareness campaigns for better environmental management of 20 free garbage cans to the residents of Sorrow. Rasitatu's passion and zeal for change and development make her an exceptional youth and one to watch for the progress of Guinea and Africa. Emery Salima from Togo is an empowered youth leader filled with a sincere desire to provide sustainable solutions in Togo. Driven by this passion, Emery has organized several training seminars and motivational conferences for excellence, reaching over 16,000 young people who were inspired to take action for the resolution of various challenges in Togo. Once a week, he is committed to training hundreds of students from high schools and colleges from various cities across Togo on effective reading techniques, public speaking, and the power of words. This has allowed thousands of students to solve their academic problems, thus reducing the failure rate of students in various school examinations and improving quality education in Togo. His action led to an increase in the success percentage, which rose from 52% to 100% between 2021 and 2022 in several schools. In his vision of national impact, he created an academy called Excellent Mindset Academy with the objective to transform the mentalities of young people. It is also an academy that assists in the creation of lucrative activities by young people and fighting against radicalism or violent extremism. This very innovative academy in its ideology had massive impact on thousands of young people and attracted the attention of the country's manager of the Global Peace Chain, GPC. And he has gained support for his initiatives among local radio stations, head teachers, and the Ministry of Education. Astute technique in education earned him national authorization from the Regional Directorate of the Ministry of Education to teach students about the place of words in academic success, which led Emery to create a leaflet called Parler Teen Success, which is sold in schools and whose content is used to maintain high motivation for excellence and work well done in all students. Through confessions of the Good Word session in their classrooms, more than 380 students who failed their exams in previous years have seen themselves achieve excellent results the next year. It has, in collaboration with other associations, organized a renovation of 11 classrooms in various schools. The impact of his movement secured him a segment on a radio program, Radio Kara, in northern Togo, where he awakens and raises awareness of an audience of more than 320,000 young people. Emery also supported an orphanage by organizing a campaign called Empty Your Cupboard, during which several people donated outfit for the orphans of the Foyer Perdu Pauvre. Indeed, he is a distinguished leader among world changers and a real agent of hope for Africa. Precious Susan Talker from Sierra Leone is a 23-year-old distinguished and fast-rising youth leader from the nation of Sierra Leone. She is a student of Lixel Business College who holds a diploma in Human Resource Management, a vibrant leader under the Every Nation Christian Fellowship, a group with over 10,000 members, and is in charge of the music department for the whole campus. Her love and passion for the child development and quality education compelled her to donate books, pens, and other stationery to facilitate teaching and learning in some underserved communities in her nation, reaching a total of over 500 rural school children. As the founder of the Zoe Foundation, she played a vital role in the planning and execution of the first ever Impact Syria project through a partnership with Young African Great Minds. Through this timely project, she and the team reached out to a total of 10 schools across Freetown, Bo, and other provinces in Sierra Leone, reaching out to over 5,000 youths, spreading hope and helping them live purposeful lives. As a result of this, Precious had the opportunity to meet the Education Minister and other top government officials to discuss the details of the Impact Sierra Leone project and to establish a possible partnership with the government for a sustainable project. With many youths in the country giving to substance abuse, prostitution, truancy, and other vices, she established youth clubs in the various schools, which benefited from the Impact Sierra Leone project through mentorship and guidance in their education and coaching for 1,000 students, both in their career paths. In addition to that, as a result of her love for fashion design, yogurt production and soap making, she organizes skills acquisition training program for selected young girls who are out of school to keep them engaged and help them manage their time profitably instead of wasting their lives on the streets, doing drugs and joining gangs. Indeed, Precious is a trailblazer, transforming lives and initiating change. You are watching the Future Africa Leaders Awards nomination show. Stay tuned.
Wow, 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 wow. Our first set of nominations for education and for agriculture. Now, going through those, listening and watching to those nominations, I'm particularly excited by two things. The number of females and also seeing nominations from countries that thinking back of the cuff now, I can't remember them having nominees, like the country of Guinea. I was so excited to see a nomination from Guinea, and it was a female. And that is one of the wonderful things and beautiful things about the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, giving equal opportunity to the sexes, both male and female young people, to aspire to see their dreams and their convictions to be actualized. You know, we've had past Star Prize winners that were females, and we've had past winners, FALA winners, that were female, and now seen from Guinea. And I was really excited by the young lady, the last award nomination that we saw from Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is not a country that you usually see being nominated in awards like this, but these are people that are standing up, and wanting to do something for their world, for their community. And so I encourage every one of you, young people that are watching, instead of waiting or I'm hoping that something is done for those in your community, begin to do something. We just saw on those nomination videos for education and for agriculture. You can do something. You should do something. And remember the Leadership Initiative Award, which you can be a winner of. And just imagine what it will do, not only for you, but for your family. You see, when we see people being nominated and people winning awards, we think about just them. But imagine the impetus and the drive and the empowerment that more people can be impacted. And where best to begin than by signing up for the Leadership Initiative Award of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation. So just go to the website. The website is right there on your screen, and go there and find out how to sign up for the Leadership Initiative Award. Begin there. And then there's something about the foundation. You will be mentored. You heard, if you were here when I was talking with past winners, one of them, Mr. Davidson Mukete, talked about how he enjoys mentoring others, and through him, we've had two-star prize winners from his country, Cameroon. Now, even by signing up for the Leadership Initiative Award, you will be mentored. You'll be taught how to make an impact. You'll be taught how those convictions you have that are inside you, you can put them to work. You can begin to make them happen. And then, before I hand over to my co-compares tonight, I want to remind you that being a winner of the FALA entitles you to $10,000 US. And just imagine what positive impact you can do with $10,000 US with what you are doing. So what I ask you to do also now is to put a picture of yourself, use your phone to take a selfie of how and where you are watching tonight's nomination show. Put it on any social media platform that you are on, and use these hashtags, hashtag FALA 2022, hashtag FALA 2022, hashtag FALA nomination show, hashtag FALF, FALF is Future Africa Leaders Foundation, and hashtag Impact Africa. And I would like you to also put how much winning the FALA gives you, $10,000, so that more people will know about FALA and how FALA can change lives. Not just the lives of those who win, but the lives of those who they are impacting. At this time, we are going to go to my compares. I think it's Naomi and Victor Mba. Victor Mba. And they're going to be talking to us. You are looking good, you know.
Thank you so
Both
much,
of
sir.
you are looking sharp. Very, very sharp. I wish I was dressed like you, Victor.
Wow.
You're looking good.
Thank you so
And Naomi, how are you? It's good to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
I love your hair.
Thank you so much.
Have a great time. So, over to them.
Wow.
Wow.
This is what we enjoy in the Future Africa Leaders Foundation. I mean, imagine being introduced by an esteemed member of the Central Executive Council. Yes, that is what we enjoy. Mentorship from our superiors and from our leaders. Being given platforms like this, Victor. Did you ever imagine?
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. We're so grateful for this opportunity.
And you know, if I must say something about Pastor Titi is our father. Yes. You know, for every nomination show, there is
I have
nothing,
to stop you because we have an icebreaker coming.
I know. There is no FALA without Pastor Titi. No, just leave that.
Just give her. Oh my goodness!
There is no FALA without. Pastor Titi is always here with us. Like, thank you so much,
Thank you,
Pastor.
sir.
We love you dearly.
We're so grateful. Thank you.
Right now, we will be doing something beautiful and amazing. We have an icebreaker question for you, and we would like you to post your answers on our King's Chat super user account. Casey, if you're on King's Chat, we'd like you to go on the Future Africa Leaders Foundation and post your answers right there. They are simple questions.
Very simple.
Simple.
You
if you've been watching,
an answer just now.
It's fine.
Yes.
That's
to
the
one
bonus
of the
part.
questions.
If
your bonus just flew out, so you'll see it soon.
If you've been watching right from the beginning, I'm sure you will have answers to some of these questions.
So let's get going. Drum rolls, drum rolls. Okay. Number one.
I think you should go first.
I should go? Okay. What year did the FALA or the Future Africa Leaders Award start? So fastest fingers, post on social media, post your answers with hashtag FALF, hashtag Impact Africa, hashtag FALA 2022, hashtag FALA Nomination Show. You can use any of the hashtags.
Okay.
Yes. So number two.
Yes. Number two, what are the 7 sectors of engagement of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation? That's beautiful. And you know, the question one, we mentioned it during the introduction when we came up at first, and now you just have to go post your answers on our King's Chat super user account.
Yes.
So I'll be waiting to see your answer. There are lots and lots of amazing prizes to be won. Thank you. And right now, we'll be going back to our highly esteemed Pastor Titi. Thank you so much, sir, for the beautiful opportunity you've always given us, sir.
Yes. All right. And I want to also keep a date to you guys. We've not taken our usual selfie.
Yes.
Yeah, we've got to take our selfie. Yes, what do you think?
Yes, we should.
They're coming now. All right. Aha, they've come into this screen. Okay. So just as we're taking a selfie, so who am I going to look at now? Because they're both, okay, let's take that first. Okay. All right. So now let's take yours. I noticed on his selfie, I'm the dark one. You guys are also, your complexion is so different. Okay. All right. So you also take your selfie and post it and use all the hashtags. And then the questions they just asked, how many years ago did, is it a year or how many years ago? The year. What year did FALA start? Wow. I already know the answer because I've been always on FALA.
Yes, sir.
Aha. So what year did FALA start? Meanwhile, we're going to go to the, you guys stand by me so that we all be in. And I like the, please can you, yes, I like this. I like this. You are sharp, man, the way you are dressed.
Thank you, sir.
That's cool. And we're going to take the next set of nominations for technology and humanitarian work. The announcer for technology is a 2021 FALA Star Prize. Is our 2021 FALA Star Prize winner, Nervis Nzometia. And to announce the humanitarian work nominations, Cesar Aguidi is a 2021 FALA winner. So come on, let's watch this video.
Hello, my name is Nzometia Nervis, and I am the 2021 Star Prize winner of the Future of Canada's Awards from the nation of Cameroon. I want to warmly welcome you to the 2022 Future of Canada's Award nomination show. You know, all that we did and still to do would not have been possible without the guidance and direction of our president and our man of God, the Reverend Dr. Chris Oyakilome, DSC Didi, for empowering young people to realize their best potential by creating opportunities that foster innovation and economic growth in Africa, converting Africa into a significantly highly skilled economy is possible, and fintech and digital innovation can play a huge component in that. Despite a long road to doing that, there have been significant steps made. However, unlocking Africa's growth potential requires inclusive strategies and investment in technologies that empower everyone, regardless of their economic background. To proffer solutions to tech challenges across borders in Africa, we must lean on our innate creative capacities and take ownership of solving problems of the future. Africa has many homegrown solutions provided by the ambassadors of the Future of Canada's Foundation in an attempt to significantly reduce Africa's technological gap. This year, the 10th anniversary of the Future of Canada's Foundation, the Foundation has put together a list of such change agents who are causing remarkable changes within the technology space and pushing beyond the status quo. Tonight, we are recognizing outstanding individuals who have identified innovative solutions using technology and connectivity to create tomorrow's solutions from today's challenges. I present to you our next set of nominees for the Future of Canada's Awards 2022, and they are
Oliver Ngampaka from the Republic of Congo, Victor Ayo from Nigeria, Felix Fomengia from Cameroon, Amoso Philip from Togo, Emmanuel Macharia from Kenya,
Oliver Ngambaka from Congo DR. Oliver Ngambaka is a gifted technocrat and a young entrepreneur. He is a third-year university undergraduate student of science and technology with an unquenchable thirst for a scientific technological revolution in Africa. This avid technologist has designed and built drones, softwares, 3D graphic products, a bioprinting machine, and online games, amongst other things. In 2022, Oliver ventured into surveillance drone manufacturing with his first drone named Ezar. The drone can locate birds to prevent the air crashes that occur when they fly into jet engines, and can be used for pest control in massive farmlands and perimeter security. This project drew the attention of the Ministry of Petroleum and other government agencies. He was lauded in the presidential newspaper called Les Dépêches de Brazzaville as the first Congolese national to build a functioning drone. He has developed a customized online application for an international hotel chain that gives customers access to hotels and their services in various countries. Oliver leads the NAG Foundation, a group of civil engineers and architects who are passionate about making positive change. The foundation, in collaboration with AYA, African Young Architects, has trained and mentored over 3,000 African youths through online conferences in areas of 3D graphic design, civil engineering, architecture, and urban planning. They organized online seminars, training, and conferences across the globe with over 80,000 followers on social media. Working with Peculiar Pave, a renowned construction company, he trained 25 out-of-school young people in Boitambongo community in Brazzaville. The beneficiaries learned brick making and masonry, among other skills, and earned employment in the company on the strength of their performances. Oliver and the NAG Foundation received a certificate of recommendation at Océane, an annual technology expo organized in Congo by the Ministry of Technology and Innovation in conjunction with the Ministry of Commerce and Small-Scale Industry. They were honored for their undeniable impact on society through technology. On the International Day of Technology and Innovation, the Minister of State for Technology and the Comptroller of International Borders visited the University of Science and Technology. After inspecting a technological project of the students, Oliver's received the highest merit. Oliver and his team developed an online game called Brick Breaker, which keeps you learning while playing. It's educative and competitive and connects players across the globe. This year alone, Gioliver and his team of young architects and civil engineers have raised over $10,000 from the sale of 3D graphic design. This money has aided the team immensely in further research, the purchase of materials and logistics. We celebrate the extraordinary mind and leadership talent that Gioliver represents. Victor Ayo from Nigeria. Victor Ayo is a 19-year-old innovative leader from Nigeria who is making impact in the educational, entrepreneurial, and social space, using technology as a fundamental tool to tackle poverty, illiteracy, and unemployment among young people in Africa. As a tech enthusiast, Victor has educated more than 900,000 youths in several African countries, including Nigeria, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and South Africa, as well as in countries beyond Africa. He initiated We Go Digiteens, an organization dedicated to equipping young minds with 21st century tech skills, and has raised several teenagers who are proficient in tech and are harnessing tech innovations to unlock Africa's digital economy. Under the Leadership Initiative Award of the Future African Leaders Foundation, Victor organized 33 projects where he mentored students across several secondary schools in Calabar to organize projects in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics STEM, and projects in waste management, health and hygiene, entrepreneurship, and other key areas, impacting more than 30,000 students. He also organized 200 impact projects geared to raising more leaders and influencers to carry out development projects in several communities. He convened a digital school tour in secondary schools across different communities in Nigeria and South Africa, reaching over 40,000 students with awareness on tech innovations and the opportunities. Victor created a software, DigiLearn, a study app that has inbuilt libraries for secondary and tertiary institution students. So far, the app has 800 active library users from 4 countries. Working specially with people living with disabilities, he collaborated with the Ministry of Education and special education centers to host digital workshops for more than 1,000 deaf and dumb persons, who were equipped with skills such as data processing, digital illustration, and spreadsheet design. He also created a version of the DigiLearn software for the deaf and dumb. Additionally, Victor organized workshops for more than 10,000 underprivileged youths in local communities, and they were taught word processing, digital storytelling, blogging, and game design. In partnership with a neuro-rehabilitation center, he created a software that fosters and enhances better learning for kids living with neurological disorders. Also, in partnership with Sickle Cell Initiative across Nigeria, he organized a training for young people with sickle cell disorder to learn and be equipped in tech skills like animation, graphics design, and design thinking, reaching over 500 sickle cell patients. To bridge the gender gap in the tech space, Victor organized several workshops such as the Teen Girls and Tech and Girls Can Code to train young girls in programming, product design, and content creation. Through this, he impacted 24,604 girls across 4 African countries. He was invited to educate young girls at a tech summit this year, and he trained 1,000 of them in programming and product innovation. He has organized and volunteered in several boot camps where he trained over 5,500 youths and children on social media management, content development, coding and animation, redefining the narrative and the use of social media for the African child. His work on digital literacy and STEM advocacy has reached more than 500,000 youths and gathered attention from notable international organizations. He has featured on TV and radio stations, magazines, newspapers, and blogs with a cumulative reach of more than 10 million people. His resourcefulness earned him a grant from the Watson Institution, an award as a global team leader by We Are Family Foundation, and recognition from the Yali Network. Victor is indeed an African leader whose impact is ever increasing. Felix Fomengia from Cameroon. Felix Fomengia is an innovative tech entrepreneur and innovator from Cameroon who is exemplary in his quest to solve problems in and around his community with the use of information and communications technology. Through his exploits, he has empowered over 40,000 young people across Cameroon. Felix founded Lightgate Solutions, a high-tech startup aimed at helping individuals embrace and explore the advantages of the digital age. He has designed and developed 70 mobile apps and 50 websites for organizations, helping them achieve their goals. Mitigating the predominant difficulty in accessing examination resources among students in the conflict regions of Cameroon, Felix developed an offline mobile app called the Cameroon GCE Guide app, a learning tool for students to study remotely and prepare for their exams amid security challenges. So far, this application has reached over 50,000 students across Cameroon with 20,000 active users and downloads. He partnered with online media platform and developed their mobile app, which helps to educate and entertain global Pan-African community. The Voza World Radio Android mobile application is an innovative mobile tool that lets individuals stay connected for exciting programs, events, interviews, and other entertainment activities, and act as unlimited entertainment on the go, irrespective of location. The app now has a reach of over 5,000 listeners across Cameroon and neighboring countries. In collaboration with Open Dream, an educational NGO, and the U.S. Embassy in Yaoundé, Felix facilitated a training program for secondary school teachers in Cameroon on the use of instructional technology for distance learning, where he presented his innovative app to 50 teachers. He held a workshop in Douala, Cameroon, to train engineering students on how to build mobile applications to solve problems in their communities, as well as how to monetize and scale the apps. Felix also organized several tutorial classes for these engineering students, helping them prepare for computer-related courses such as programming, reaching over 3,000 students. He has facilitated over 50 training programs, conferences, workshops, and seminars, which directly impacted over 19,000 young people, including teachers, students, and young entrepreneurs. Felix collaborated with the University of Buse College of Technology in the development of the Agriculture Monitoring System project, which seeks to solve the issue of insecurities and inadequate mechanisms for crop monitoring during the crisis by incorporating AI drone technology with web and mobile applications that farmers can use to monitor their farms remotely in times of crisis. This is useful for detecting diseases in crops and identifying other factors that affect productivity. This project was awarded by the German International Corporation, GIZ, and today is being used by over 500 farmers in local communities in Cameroon. He also developed a mobile application called Coders Motivation, which aims to keep programmers and software developers motivated in their pursuits. Coders Motivation is the first of its kind in Cameroon, and over 5,000 students across Cameroon benefit from the mobile app. Felix collaborated with Youth Empowerment Actors, a youth-led NGO, in partnership with High TV to deliver weekly TV programs Talk to Youth and Youth Empowerment Actors, which promotes computer literacy, reaching over 100,000 youths across Cameroon. As an award recipient at the annual Orange Social Venture Prize competition, which seeks to reward the best technological projects in Africa, Felix was invited as a keynote speaker to inspire young entrepreneurs on how to win startup funding. His NGO, the FFO Foundation, has mentored over 50 young engineering students. He launched the School Tech Program, an initiative to introduce students to computer literacy skills in secondary schools and higher institutions, impacting over 10,000 students across Cameroon. Felix has received notable awards and commendations such as the 2022 Chevening Awards offered by the UK government with a master's degree scholarship to study in the United Kingdom, the 2022 Second Prize National Best Startup Project awarded by the European Prize Top 100 Inspiring Personalities in Cameroon, and many more. Felix is truly a remarkable change maker, a beacon of hope, and an inspiration to many young people in Cameroon. We applaud Felix Fomengia for his selfless service and commitment to a better world. Philippe Amosu from Togo. Philippe Amosu, a sixth-year medical student at the University of Lomé, Togo, is a promising health practitioner committed to health promotion and education. Constantly motivated by a desire to put his skills to work for the benefit of others, Philippe has successfully organized, strategically partnered with, and engaged in several events and training activities to raise awareness and sensitize the public to varying health issues, reaching thousands of people in the year 2022. Some of his feats in this year include 5K Walk Breast Cancer Sensitization event, where he taught over 2,500 women how to take a self-breast examination and its importance in the early detection of breast cancer. He also led the Breast Cancer Awareness Drive in the Technical High School to raise awareness on the need for regular self-examination as part of the prevention of breast cancer. Mobilization of over 1,000 students, participation in the Walk the Talk hosted by Togo's Ministry of Health in its bid to reduce obesity in the young population and to give them sporting habits that would improve fitness and health. Leading the awareness and screening team for World Diabetes Day in the district of Kojo-Via-Kope in his native city of Lomé. 83 people were screened during the exercise. In partnership with the Medical Students Association, Philippe coordinated an awareness of non-communicable diseases, diabetes, high blood pressure as part of African Women's Day at the Karting Club of Lomé, sensitizing over 500 people. He also sensitized over 100 students in his university, organization of free medical consultations for over 200 prison inmates at the civil prison of Lomé, many of whom received free medication and further treatment as required. Philippe has been featured severally on popular local media in his country, reaching over 500 million viewers consecutively. Emmanuel Macharia from Kenya. Emmanuel Macharia is a 20-year-old leader from Kenya who is propelled by an innate need to improve the livelihood of his community through technological innovations, education, and charity. Having noticed an increase in deaths caused by road accidents, he came up with braking, maneuvering, and alerting system, BMA system, for collision avoidance to reduce the rate of road accidents in Kenya, and was awarded by the Ministry of Education in Kenya for this innovation. He partnered with the Strathmore Law Clinics, SLC, to organize free legal aid in Madaraka area of Nairobi, as well as neighboring communities in the slums of Kibera and Langata, reaching over 1,500 households with free legal assistance. Along with his team, he reached out to Nairobi West Prison, where he offers legal counsel to the prisoners, and they are advised accordingly on available legal options. Emmanuel also volunteered with Color My World Kenya and Kenyatta National Hospital to offer free education to hospitalized children who miss out on school due to illness. Volunteering at the pediatric section of the hospital, he reached over 500 hospitalized children. Through this program, has secured a hospital place center from the government. He is also championing the Ministry of Education's hiring of teachers to work with children in hospitals. 2 such teachers have been recruited to begin with. Together with his friends, he has organized numerous community outreach programs in the country where he distributed sanitary towels to the girls. Through these outreach programs, Emmanuel has managed to reach out to over 200 young girls that have just given birth and help them to continue with school. He is also in talks with the government of Kajiado County to set up boreholes in schools faced with water shortages in the region. He is advocating for reclamation of sustainable arable land for agriculture. Emmanuel has proven to be an innovative future African leader and a humanitarian committed to changing the lives of his community and Africa as a whole. We applaud him for his selfless giving and sacrifice.
Hello, my name is Caesar Aguirre from the beautiful nation of Togo, 2021 winner of the Future Africa Leaders Award. I would love to welcome you to this segment of the Future Africa Leaders Nomination Show. A heartfelt thank you to my president and mentor, Reverend Dr. Christopher Kilome, DSC DD, for encouraging young people toward the implementation of creative ideas which facilitate humanitarian works that lead to social development and national transformation across the continent of Africa. Fostering the humanitarian act of services of young Africans creates a future characterized by healthy communities, productive nations, and a prosperous continent. Today's African youth face unprecedented social, economic, and cultural changes that impact their future in new ways. Having improved humanitarian services, African policymakers now need to invest in holistic interventions that no longer focus solely on the physical health of young people, but also on their psychological, behavioral, and environmental demands, needs, and challenges. Humanitarian action is central to the Future Africa Leaders Foundation mandates. Our presence in several African countries before, during, and after emergencies delivers a continuum of support and interventions. Annually, through our commemorative Future Africa Leaders Foundation Africa Day celebration, over 2 million humanitarian acts of services and over 100 conferences and summits were organized, impacting over 81 million beneficiaries across the continent of Africa. In this segment, we will shine a light on the several young leaders, volunteers, and professionals who have distinguished themselves in their life-saving works in driving urgent healthcare, shelter, food, protection, and much more to crisis-affected people across Africa in the outgoing year. Here is the new set of nominees. Hidaya Benouda Tlemkani from Morocco, Lebse Petmia Lebaga from Cameroon, Matilda Kaunde from Uganda, Katleho Queen Mojasikane from Lesotho, Portia Manyaya from Ghana, Regina Na Yeye Kumi Mensa from Ghana.
Hidaya Benouda Tlemkani from Morocco. Hidaya Tlemkani is a 19-year-old youth leader raised in an underprivileged community. She is driven to make her community and the world a better place. This has led her to make an impact locally, nationally, and internationally. She volunteers at Al Amal Hope Association and works with community leaders to empower kids from her local community in public speaking, leadership, and communication. As a result, she was invited to work at Al Basma Camp for children with diabetes in the United Arab Emirates, and this program widened her perspectives and pushed her to address the needs of children with diabetes all over the Middle East and North Africa region. On a volunteer basis, she works as a social media manager with Youth Policy Center, a platform that encourages young people to get involved in public decision-making and economic development. Her participation in an American Leadership Academy, a 7-month internship leadership training organized by the U.S. Embassy in Morocco, gave her the opportunity to connect and work with young leaders from all over Morocco on community development projects. During this program, she pioneered Diabetes Initiative, a campaign on spreading awareness about diabetes through online platforms and offline workshops. This project attracted the attention of the French Embassy in Morocco that led to her receiving more training. In March 2022, she participated in and won the National Ultimate Debate, UDN, in ENCG Kenitra. She is a keynote speaker who has inspired over 500 students in her school to volunteer and implement change in their communities. Recently, she was nominated as a stakeholder in her university, serving as a voice for 9,000 plus students. Hidaya's passion for volunteering and public speaking is doubled by her love for planning and operational management. Working with her team, she has organized several events, workshops, and seminars and has impacted 100 young leaders within the Fes Meknes region. She is a manager at Educate to Empower Project, a multidimensional project on girl-child education in rural areas, and also serves as the head of the PR and marketing team in the World Youth Leaders Organization, which has members from 11 countries across 3 continents. She is also a senior mentor at the organization and has guided 40 young leaders from all over the world to implement their community projects. She is an exemplary leader who is contributing to the growth and development of her country, Morocco, and the rest of Africa. Lepse Petmia Labaga from Cameroon. Lepse is a 22-year-old medical student and a health enthusiast who is ardent about using health and technology to solve basic societal needs while advancing Africa's health sector. She founded Community Health Outreach Research and Development Organization, CHORDO, a non-profit organization that has raised 97 youths and convened 14 conferences and 4 seminars that impacted over 8,000 young people cumulatively. Concerned about access to health services, Lepse created an online clinic called Cure Pill, a platform that grants users access to healthcare workers who offer integrated holistic health services at very moderate prices. So far, the site has recorded 2,684 users, with more than 496 having utilized the service within 5 months of launching. This initiative has been adopted by 21 civil society organizations. Lepse collaborated with 2 medical associations. The 9-day program gathered 180 medical personnel who visited 9 hospitals in 9 communities and consulted with over 5,303 persons, donated free medications, and performed over 15 dental and minor surgeries. The project is valued at $20,000 and helped mitigate the pressure on hospitals and clinics owing to the ongoing crisis in the Anglophone Cameroon, which has caused the destruction of over 220 villages and left more than 2 million people displaced. Years of violence in the Anglophone regions have put children and teachers in harm's way and devastated the educational system, with only 40% of schools in the affected regions actually functioning. Lepse has been audacious in her advocacy to ensure the return of schools especially in rural communities. She donated 80 cartons of school materials and sourced funds to pay tuition for 100 children from camps for internally displaced persons to the tune of $3,000. She also partnered with an organization to distribute foodstuff worth over $2,000 to 1,800 beneficiaries and provided the people with medical supplies, hectares of farmland, several packets of seeds, and equipment to help them get started. Her zeal for youth empowerment inspired her to convene a 2-day skills acquisition workshop under the banner of the Leadership Initiative Award. The workshop impacted over 100 young people who gained knowledge of soap making and detergent processing. She further trained and encouraged over 40 youths in the production and sales of medical detergents, thus significantly minimizing the required capital for future entrepreneurs in the sector. As a result of her leadership capacity, Lepsy became the president of a school students association, and she leveraged her office to impact the lives of over 2,000 students. Passionate about community sanitation and hygiene, Lepsy organized a 6-day community cleaning and sensitization campaign, reaching over 1,100 households, making it the biggest cleaning campaign ever done in her city. Lepsy swung into action and organized a 7-day cholera sensitization campaign. Through this campaign, her team cleaned up streets and local markets and donated 80 water filters to 35 secondary schools. Noteworthily, Lepsy has organized several free hepatitis B and HIV/AIDS screening campaigns with over 1,127 people tested and 56 of them referred for medical attention and follow-up. Lepsy partnered with Volunteer Medical Corps to organize the biggest prison visitation event in the history of her city. Through this program, Lepsy and her team cleaned the prison cells and its surrounding, shared foodstuff, sensitized the inmates on the importance of hygiene and sanitation, and organized sporting activities for them. This intervention impacted 1,050 inmates and helped their rehabilitation process. In March 2022, Lepsy funded and executed a medical health campaign to an underserved community. 1,800 people took advantage of the free medical consultation. 687 tests were conducted and 68 pregnant women were examined. Drugs and medical aids were administered as needed, as well as other gift items worth about $2,000. As a result of her work, Lepsy won the Minister of Youth Affairs Award for the Best Female Youth Leader of the Year. She was also awarded the Best Health Project in Cameroon by the Girls Voices Movement USA. The 2 awards provided Lepsy with $6,000 in cash prizes, enabling further impact. She has also received several commendations from renowned organizations. Lepsy is a pace setter and a trailblazer who is driving change, transforming and renewing minds, rewriting history, and setting high standards for her peers, for Africa, and for the world at large. Matilda Kounde from Uganda. Matilda is a dedicated frontrunner who demonstrates leadership through advocacy. She is the president of the Rotaract Club of Hope, Kasanga, a committee member of the Rotaract Earth Initiative, co-founder of the Vibrant Generation Uganda, and founder of the Focus of Boys Initiative. She is also the head of the Department for Marketing Communications and Public Relations at Refuge and Hope International, where she began as a volunteer. She has carried out several projects at the First Urban Refugee Rotaract Club in Uganda that advocate for and create awareness about the refugees' plight. For environmental sustainability, she spearheaded restoration for multiple benefits, a fruit and indigenous trees planting project. This was done in partnership with several groups and led to the planting of over 6,500 trees in schools, communities, churches, and some homes. This project attracted a media outfit in eastern Uganda, which hosted Matilda on television to launch the project and inspire more youths in environmental conservation. In partnership with Ultimate Fitness Kampala, Refugee and Hope International, and Rotaract Hope Kasanga, Matilda carried out a food drive and relief campaign for refugees during the lockdown. She also led a team of urban refugees and nationals to clean up a well that now serves over 2,000 families with portable water. Matilda collaborated with other youths and Mango Hospital for a blood drive campaign, where she got voluntary donors to give over 100 units of blood. She also organized free medical checks and had a health talk for the people of Bunga Market. She collaborated with the Rotaract Club of Bugolobi for the 1000 Smiles Project in Guru, northern Uganda, for people dealing with autism and malaria. This project led to the creation of a free medical camp where she facilitated meals, mosquito nets, reusable sanitary towels, and other fun and educational activities for over 1,000 people. This pioneer founded a club known as Student Alliance Against Human Trafficking and has sensitized over 1,000 people on the vice and how it affected society. She also co-founded Vibrant Generation Uganda, a youth-led NGO that champions sustainable livelihoods for vulnerable rural youth and has over 1,000 beneficiaries to date. Part of her volunteer work includes teaching business skills and English language to over 500 internally displaced persons. Some of our former students now have gainful employment, while others have started businesses. Additionally, she mentors 50 boys who are refugees in Uganda and has helped several of them with career development, personal branding, entrepreneurship, goal setting, and so much more. Truly, Matilda is a vibrant and astute leader who is dedicated and committed to grooming a generation of great leaders in Africa. Katliho Mojakisani from Lesotho. 20-year-old Katliho has trumped the odds to bring remarkable social, educational, health, and economic advancements to her community, tackling the surge in male suicide and crime rates in her country by partnering with several stakeholders to hold a month-long program called A Man to Remember that impacted over 300 young boys from all 7 towns in Maseru, as well as teenage boys from the Lesotho Juvenile Prison, partnering with Lesotho Correctional Services to provide clothing, footwear, and cosmetics along with copies of Christian materials to girls in the juvenile prison in Maseru. Providing a blood donation facility in Basotho where over 100 people donated blood. Over 50 liters of blood were donated to patients in need of blood transfusions across the nation. This was done in partnership with Lesotho Ministry of Health, PSI Lesotho, International Youth Fellowship, the Rotary Club, and USAID. Utilizing the power of media to raise awareness for World AIDS Day, she collaborated with Radio Lesotho to reach and engage over 500,000 subscribers on the merits of healthy lifestyles and the merits of segregating HIV/AIDS patients. She also organized a campaign to raise awareness about HIV/AIDS, advocating the need to equalize social treatment for infected and non-infected people through art exhibitions at Machabang International College of Lesotho. In response to the surge in pollution in the city of Maseru, Katleho organized a month-long cleanup drive with students from Machabank College, leaving a tangible difference in the polluted areas of the CBD in Maseru. Founding the Kids in Tech Initiative, which she did in conjunction with students from Machabank International College of Lesotho to provide computer literacy for less privileged children aged 5 to 13. Reaching over 70 children per session, the initiative fills the gap and void of computer literacy in the free education system of the country and teaches kids the basic of word processing and number editing software, video and photo editing, and application development. Over 100 students benefited from this initiative and improved immensely, and this led to several local recognitions and awards for Katleho. Portia Manyaya from Ghana. Portia Man is an inspirational young leader with a zeal for humanitarian work and youth development. She has improved lives through nutrition, medical outreaches, skill acquisition, success motivation programs, career guidance, coaching, and mentorship. In many rural communities in northern Ghana, the people believe that malnourished kids were possessed by evil spirits. Portia noticed that families would abandon these kids out of fear, and so embarked on an education campaign to stop the practice, where she visited malnourished children with food and medicine, and has since managed over 4,000 children. She also engaged several stakeholders for the holistic management of childhood malnutrition. She organized career guidance, success on purpose, skill acquisition, and advocacy campaigns for various schools. Some students received awards for excellent academic performance. This program had over 3,300 beneficiaries. She also organized a menstrual hygiene campaign, reaching over 1,500 young girls. She also trained these girls in reusable sanitary pad production and established 4 menstrual hygiene banks in selected schools where students can get sanitary products. Again, she organized a Back to Focus campaign for adolescent mothers. Portia also had a medical outreach that benefited more than 670 people in 2 locations. The exercise focused on assessing, diagnosing, and managing primary illness while referring others for further investigation and management. Portia has represented her community at international conferences, and she is building bridges between her people and policy-making bodies at home and abroad. Regina Kumi-Mensah from Ghana. Regina Kumi-Mensah is a young, passionate, and inspiring youth leader who has dedicated herself to reaching out to individuals that are in need and deprived. This burning desire was birthed as a result of the daily data of females who suffer abuse and discrimination and are sidelined or looked down on. In view of this, Regina has channeled all her resources and strength towards challenging the status quo, supporting the woman and her course mentally, physically, spiritually, and financially. The goal is to see women grow and fully realize their potential, and thus becoming assets to the society. To curb period poverty, where young girls have no access to sanitary products, Regina embarked on a series of menstrual health and hygiene projects campaign by partnering with leading institutions to remedy the situation. She reached out to young girls in rural communities and provided them with basic sanitary. She has organized 15 outreaches on menstrual health and hygiene education. In her efforts to change the narrative, Regina has reached out to over 700 young girls with sanitary towels, detergents, and undergarments in hope of finding more sustainable ways to address the issue of period poverty in rural communities. Regina has always expressed intense interest in training and coaching young girls. Concerned by the predicament most young girls in Ghana face, from issues relating to sexual abuse, domestic violence, inhumane cultural practices, zero tolerance for the education of the girl child, and so on, she established the Independent Lady Network, a social network through which she reaches out to young ladies all across Ghana, Nigeria, the United States, and beyond. The network has influenced mindsets and attitudes for leadership and growth. Also, she came up with the Library Development Initiative, which encourages more students and young people to invest in knowledge acquisition and research. This has contributed to several community libraries, especially those in Jamestown, a slum area in Ghana. She mobilized several resources, including the Book Drive Initiative, where she solicited for various research books and novels and stationery materials, and renovated a community library in Kasau, Greater Accra region. As part of her efforts at improving the minds of young people, Regina holds several leadership seminars encouraging and developing the young people in many communities. We applaud Regina's commitment to making her world better and improving the lives of those around her.
Hello, my name is Tiago, a 2016 FALA winner from Angola. You are welcome to the 2022 edition of the Future Africa Leaders Awards nomination show. I am pleased to express my profound gratitude to the President of the Future Africa Leaders Awards, Reverend Dr. Chris Oyakilome, for building a network of value-driven leaders who create positive, innovative change in their communities and develop practical income-generating capabilities throughout Africa. The current trend and statistics of over 226 million young people between the ages of 15 to 24 years indicates that this figure in the next few years, with such a large population of young people, supportive policies and programs for youth development is critical now more than ever. Investing and empowering young people will not only transform their lives, but also transform communities, nations, and the continent, helping to break intergenerational poverty, address inequality, and create a stable, peaceful, and prosperous Africa. This is why the foundation, through the Chris Oyakilome Foundation International, has significantly invested in young people in Africa and fund their innovations and dreams in the last 9 years. This is truly remarkable. With continued expansion, more young Africans will be able to access opportunities, learn, and explore inter-regional opportunities. In this next set of nominees, we celebrate leading champions of young entrepreneurs in Africa. And they are Lina Bosa Chedre from Togo, Makato Zue from Malawi, Chizungo Aziria Tadai from Malawi, Nju Dima Aku from Cameroon, Zulu Princess Mayamiko from Zambia,
Njudima Ako from Cameroon. Njudima Ako is a social entrepreneur and innovative youth leader with an unwavering passion in building and growing businesses. At the age of 19, he established a unique full-service human capital enterprise, providing integrated services to meet human capital management needs at early stages. Through his campaign tagged Be Your Own Boss, he provides free financial coaching and business mentorship for thousands of beneficiaries, which has had a ripple effect in the creation of human resources and infrastructure capabilities necessary for the empowerment of those living in poverty in his community. Njudina Ako spearheaded various online financial literacy and educational symposiums, where he played an active role in helping young adults structure and gain access to entrepreneurial skills, business model development, startup grants, and networking opportunities for profitable business outcomes. Njodima Ako established a non-profit organization where he stands as a beacon of hope to the less privileged in his community. He organized skill acquisition programs to meet the increasingly skewed skill imbalances for more than 1,000 underprivileged youths and widows in his community. He provided skills training in areas of e-commerce and soap production. These skills training has emerged new businesses among his beneficiaries and helped in positioning them for personal, career, and economic success. Njodina Ako is an inspiration to many young people in his community and unrelenting in his quest to expand the horizon from which he can hitch his wagon to ideals bigger than himself through empathic, purposeful, and meaningful work in creating a better world for people facing different kinds of disadvantages. Chizungu Azaria Tendai from Malawi. 20-year-old Azaria Chizungu is a dynamic young leader from Malawi who has empowered thousands of youths and tremendously impacted the education and health sectors of his nation. From the age of 17, he has carried out entrepreneurship seminars and leadership workshops. In response to the rise in teenage pregnancies in his nation, Azaria used the power of your mind, a useful and highly recommended mind management resource, in a personal development campaign to reach his nation's youth. Azaria impacted over 5,000 young people in secondary schools across the nation and got the book included in several schools' curricula. In response to the need for improved maternal health care in his community, Azaria led his team on a tour of antenatal wards and hospitals around the area. They reached out to over 120 pregnant women. Azaria organized a blood donation drive titled Mission Save 1,000 Lives. To date, they have collected over 700 liters of blood, with 3 local hospitals benefiting from the donations. As a second-year medical student at the Kamuzu University of Health, Azaria organized a medical initiative titled Leave No Malawian Behind. The aim of this initiative is to provide the people of his nation with free and easily accessible healthcare services. This team of young doctors have conducted medical outreaches which have seen thousands of people in rural districts benefit free healthcare services. These outreaches have played a critical role in educating people on basic healthcare and have reduced the burden on local hospitals. To promote food sustainability, Azaria embarked on the Feed Malawi project, where he worked with 40 farmers and raised over 200 bags of maize to be distributed in villages across Malawi. He also started up a mushroom production project and taught over 30 widows in the community how to grow mushrooms using readily available materials such as maize sheaves. This initiative has so far seen over 50 families impacted. Azaria's passion for people saw him partner with the Association of People with Albinism in Malawi, APAM, to reach out to people with albinism in the nation. They went into several communities distributing special sunblock lotions and sun hats to offer affected individuals protection from the sun. This brought hope and relief to a large number of people living with albinism in Malawi. The 20-year-old adopted a children's home where 40-plus at-risk youths and children were rescued from the streets, and some had been indulging in drug abuse. He started a mentorship program for them and got them all enrolled in school. With his team, he renovated a children's home and set up a classroom for the children to be able to carry out their studies peacefully. He further raised funds to pay their tuition and provided them with all the necessary stationery. When he noticed the dilapidated state of classrooms in the Lunzu district of Malawi, he also raised funds and renovated 20 classrooms in the district. He ran a book donation drive and acquired over 5,000 books, which led to the building of 2 libraries. These libraries have provided vulnerable kids access to learning materials that would otherwise be beyond their reach. Azaria started a foundation named Africa's Next Move, through which he has trained young people to use technology to improve the quality of their studies and engineer solutions to some of Africa's biggest challenges. He arranged with 5 schools to use their computer laboratories to provide weekly computer lessons to several young people, and this has improved the quality of education for many students. Through this foundation, Azaria has impacted over 150 young people. In response to a rise in suicide cases reported in universities across Malawi, Azaria was invited by one of the largest TV stations in Malawi to speak on mental health. Through this platform, he reached out to an audience of over 4 million youths in his nation. For his humanitarian efforts and outstanding contributions to the education and health sector, several major radio and TV stations have identified him as an influential youth leader and invited him to speak on their shows. Truly, Azaria Chizungu stands out as a beacon of hope, a visionary youth leader, and a trailblazer who is changing the African narrative. Lina Bosa Chidri from Togo. Lina Bosa Chidri is a young, inspiring leader driven by a desire to better the lives of people in her native Togo. As founder and CEO of Amiral International Foundation and GYLF Country Coordinator for Togo, Lina has embarked on several projects to tackle the lack of school materials and quality education in various communities in Togo. Lina's project, Every Child a Book, Every Child a School Uniform, Every Child an Education, is aimed at enrolling vulnerable children in school, providing them with school uniforms, school materials, and scholarships, reaching out to over 3,000 children in the communities of Amanlame, Adetikope, and Anfoin. Lina secured scholarships for many of the children. She mobilized people to donate foods, clothes, and educational equipment to various orphanages and has impacted more than 800 orphans in these communities. Lina organized several mind management workshops in Lome to equip young leaders with a winning attitude and right mindset for life and industry, impacting more than 500 youths. She embarked on a novel project titled Strong Woman, Woman of Peace, and organized several conferences with young ladies on leadership and overcoming depression, impacting more than 100 young ladies. She also helped 10 of these ladies secure good jobs in different sectors. Lina was selected as a guest speaker during the annual finance convention at the West Africa Bank of Development in Lome and was given the opportunity to address the subject of female industry and initiative support. Her speech on that occasion inspired the audience and led her to being invited to speak on national TV. Spurred by concern for women suffering domestic violence and sexual abuse, Lina set up a rescue call center which has helped to save over 50 young ladies from sexual abuse and domestic violence. Stepping in to help fill the lack in the health sector, Lina has made several donations to hospitals, providing them with food items, medical kits, wheelchairs, and birthing beds in order to enhance sustainable medical services in various communities. In some of these hospitals, pregnant women needed to queue up before delivery. Lina saw the dire need for clean portable water in Amilasime, where people are exposed to infectious diseases from bad drinking water, and she provided a borehole for them, benefiting not only Amilasime, but other neighboring communities. In recognition of her impact, Lena was appointed Peace Ambassador by the OMJPP government-affiliated organization and Peace Mediator by Konaki Chaplains. Indeed, Lena Bosa Chedre is an exceptional African leader and a champion for her community and nation. Zoe Makata from Malawi. Zoe Makata is a 23-year-old young leader from Malawi who is passionate about empowering youth in her community. As a young person, she grew up seeing and experiencing the conditions that rural young people face in Malawi, and she rose up to leadership to inspire and empower change by mobilizing community drives that build the capacity of their lives in areas of education, health, and economic empowerment. She founded a movement called Empowered for Change that has so far reached over 10,000 rural-based young people with works of charity, motivation, and capacity building. She organized a rally for impact, which over 1,000 young people attended and were trained in becoming young people of influence, giving career mentorship and orienting opportunities for young people to become entrepreneurs from a young age. At this rally, she brought together different young people from different career fields, including doctors, lawyers, and entrepreneurs, to inspire and be role models for the youth she was targeting. This rally received commendable reports from community leaders in the areas she's working to bring change. She organized an empowerment campaign dubbed Health for All Young People, aimed at encouraging young people to better take care of their health and encourage them to actively participate in all health wellness programs as arranged by their care providers. As part of this campaign, she mobilized a community mobile clinic that went about giving health information in 5 communities in Bavumbwe, Tiolo. This mobile clinic managed to reach over 1,500 young people with health and wellness information in response to the increasing number of young people committing suicide due to mental health challenges. Zoe has been at the forefront of leading change to help curb this issue. She organized a seminar where she brought mental health specialists to speak to groups of young people in her community, and over 500 youths were in attendance. Currently, Zoe is mobilizing resources for the construction of a learning center and community library that is already in process. She managed to acquire land and started the building of the center. The center is targeted to host over 1,000 youths at once, as it is big in size and the first development of its nature in this rural community. As a young leader, she is working with community leaders, parents, and community members to make sure that they all participate in this development and take ownership of the center. The center will be a literacy hub for rural youths, an empowerment center, and a community library. It will provide young people from all surrounding villages with access to reading materials, access to after-school learning, mentorships, and so much more. Zoe is a young leader who is dedicating her life to ensuring that the rural-based youths are not left behind in life. Truly a force to reckon with. Princess Mayamiko Zulu from Zambia. Princess Mayamiko Zulu is a 20-year-old youth leader from Zambia who is driven with a passion to help the needy. She is the founder and chief operating officer of the Build Africa Initiative, a youth-led organization that tackles societal challenges by addressing the issues at the source. She organized 10 sex education workshops for over 6,500 girls in her community schools, where she taught on personal hygiene and self-care. She organized several campaigns against drug trafficking and drug abuse across various parts of Zambia, targeting young boys and girls in secondary and tertiary institutions. She initiated the Build Africa Initiative radio programs, where she reached and inspired 10,000 young people across Zambia through various on-air sensitization initiatives and trainings every week. She set up a leadership academy where she trained over 321 young leaders and entrepreneurs from Zambia who were awarded with certificates upon the completion of their training. She executed multiple community and household projects which over 10,000 people across all age groups and range benefited from. These include the renovation of a maternity ward in Fasange Community Hospital, which services over 6,800 women ranging from the age of 16 to 35. During the course of this project, she also donated free bathing dishes, nappies, and new blankets to the maternity ward, the construction of 4 blocks of classrooms worth $6,000 for the street children at a farm, which caters for 100 street children. The startup of the Build Africa Mission for Children Network, through which he conducted 3 feeding campaigns for indigenous children in Lushanya community, reaching over 180 indigenous children, provided 80 indigenous children with school materials and sponsored them to school. The initiation of the Build Africa Academy project in 64 universities and 12 colleges, through which he actively engaged 30 young students in carrying out over 500 projects in 150 African communities, cutting across 6 African countries with over 10,000 beneficiaries. The Hummingbird Project, which targeted children with special needs. 400 children benefited from the various intervention initiatives she executed, thus preventing them from experiencing permanent damages due to their disabilities. These included free corrective surgical procedures on 50 children who suffered from deformities and the donation of wheelchairs, beds, and foodstuff to children with disabilities. The execution of medical outreaches in Kwa George and Kanyama communities. In Zambia, during the deadly outbreak of typhoid, cholera, and other water-transmitted diseases, she organized community skills acquisition programs to empower women from the slums and urban areas in her nation. She facilitated the training of over 1,600 women in various vocations, including hairdressing, mat making, pastry making, waste material recycling, handbag making, etc. Through this initiative, she created several employment opportunities for her beneficiaries, as her locally made products have become a hit with tourists. The revenue generated from these multiple streams was channeled to her youth empowerment programs, which has over 6,000 beneficiaries. She also initiated a skills backing project for female beneficiaries, through which 15 graduates receive $400 monthly to help them start off on their own. Through the Widows and Youth Empowerment Project, she facilitated the empowerment of 250 widows and 200 youth by the Zambian government. Through her work with street children, 200 of them went back to school. More than 1,000 young people from different secondary schools across Lushanya community benefited from her environmental and climate change conferences and guided research. She awarded 20 youths with best research results with a cash prize of $100 to help support their education. Through her NGO's partnerships with global and governmental corporations, she sponsored 30 orphans to study nursing in Zambia, provided free education for over 81 children, and organized free extra lessons to street and underprivileged children in Baluba community. She started community clubs for both male and female youth respectively, where she tackled issues such as gender-based violence, teenage pregnancies, etc. Maya's achievements have earned her notable commendations from national and international collaborators. The Zambian government appointed her as the youngest human rights commissioner, following their acknowledgement of her work in addressing the plight of vulnerable people in Zambia. She was also nominated as a Southern African Development Committee parliamentarian, SADC, where she represents her country on the Southern African Regional Platform. Maya's successes also attracted several detractors as she became a target of various assassinations, robbery, and kidnap attempts. Irrespective of these challenges, she forged ahead as a beacon of hope to the youth in Africa. We applaud her selfless service to humanity and her commitment to nation building. You are watching the Future Africa Leaders Awards nomination show. Stay tuned.
Wow, wow, wow. What a night. What a night. We actually are gradually rounding off the nomination show, but we still have the set of nominations for advocacy work. But before we get to that, we're going to have a brief talk show, and we're talking about the impact of the winners of the Future Africa Leaders Award on the African continent. Africa is the world's most youthful continent, with approximately 200 million youth between the ages of 15 and 24. Africa's young people are our future leaders and will be the driving force behind sustainable growth across the continent. The Future Africa Leaders Foundation is a Crucial Foundation initiative aimed at exploring and expanding the leadership potentials of young people in Africa and for Africa. Without engaging young people, the African dream of achieving several global commitments centered on advancing good governance, quality leadership, entrepreneurship, technology, economic growth, and quality education will probably not see the light of day, as nearly 60% of the continent is below the age of 25. But the good news is that young people across the continent of Africa are already being organized, participating, and demanding for inclusivity, thanks to the efforts and commitments of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation in championing this vision across Africa. Now, I have two past winners of the FALA Star Prize here with me on set. To my right is the winner of the 2017 Star Prize, Ambassador Naomi Ekpoki.
Yes, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, sir.
Well, you've been comparing tonight's show. Mm-hmm. And to my left is the winner of the 2020 Star Prize. Yes, sir. Ambassador Michael Wawa.
Yes, sir.
Naomi is from Nigeria and Michael is from Cameroon.
Thank you, sir.
Now, quickly, Naomi, can you quantify and analyze the impact of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation on the African continent across the 7 sectors of the foundation's engagement? These are education, agriculture, technology, entrepreneurship, advocacy, youth empowerment, and humanitarian work. Now, you are quantifying and analyzing this vis-a-vis your personal work since winning the Star Prize in 2017.
Thank you so much, Pastor Sir. It's such a pleasure once again to be on this panel session with you. Always exciting to be here. I want to say a huge thank you to our mentor, my mentor, and the president of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, Reverend Dr. Chris Oyakhilome, for such an amazing opportunity, and the director of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, Pastor Diola Phillips. It's such a pleasure to be here. And sir, just from the question you asked just now, it made me remember a quote by philosopher Socrates. He said, "Under the guidance of a strong general, there would never be weak soldiers." And that makes me think a lot about what happens on FALA 31st night. Every time we win, or when the winners are called out, it's like a mandate is being released again. In my own year, when Pastor was was introducing the FALA 2017 awards, he said, after the awards, they do much more. It's like a mandate we receive, and we've been under the guidance of such a strong general. We can't be weak. It's been every year of growing bigger and better. You need to see the amazing work FALA ambassadors are doing all over the world, not just in Africa, interestingly. We've had impact all over Africa, but we've gone ahead onto bigger and international platforms. And looking at the 7 sectors you mentioned, not one is left out. In each sector, there is an ambassador doing amazing work. In fact, not just one, not just 2, we have several. And I'll give you an example. For me, before I won FALA, I was in peace building, education, and technology. And right now, I've added another cap to it, and that's renewable energy. I looked into the issues we've had in the power sector in Nigeria, and then spreading across to sub-Saharan Africa, it's unbelievable. Let me run you through some figures briefly. In sub-Saharan Africa, we currently have a power generation capacity of 68 gigawatts. Now, it looks good until we do a comparison. Looking at America, which has over 300 million people, they have a power generation capacity of 1.2 million megawatts. And sub-Saharan Africa has over 1 billion people, and we are sharing just 68 gigawatts, of which 1/4 of that installed capacity is not even reaching the consumers because of poor maintenance. You know, it's unbelievable, sir. And when I looked into that, I said, something has to be done about this. Personally, I've lost a younger sibling as a result of the power supply problems in Nigeria. My mom, who was rushed in for a surgery to give birth to my own younger sibling, lost the baby because there was no power supply to carry out that surgery. And you can imagine how many more Nigerians and Africans' lives are being lost for electricity, which is a fundamental human need. And so I just had to do something.
You mentioned to me about Spain.
Yes, Spain just has about 40-something million people, and they have about 112 gigawatts of electricity. They've even surpassed that now. And this is sub-Saharan Africa with over 1 billion people, and we have about 48 countries sharing 68 gigawatts. It's embarrassing, very embarrassing, and lives are being lost on a daily. So, sir, I took it up upon myself. I wanted to study renewable energy here in Nigeria. There was no place for me to do the research. I had to travel all the way to the UK. After winning a beautiful scholarship, of course, like I said, after winning FALA, you become capable for so many things. Yeah, it's time to dare big things. Out of 4,000 applicants, there were 22 people selected, and I was one of them. And when I got there, went into research on renewable energy in Nigeria and started an energy company aimed at cutting down the costs. Because the main issue we've had in Nigeria with renewable energy, from photovoltaic panels to all manner of renewable energy, from wind energy, marine, and all of that, it's cost. It's been on the high side. So I went into research on how can we cut down the costs. And then from there, we've gone into, okay, increasing the capacity of our young people. How do we get more people involved in renewable energy, solar cell research, and all of that? And right now, we've already started deploying in Nigeria. And we're looking into other African countries as well. So it's been interesting. We've been doing quite some work in that area, and I'm looking forward to doing more. And going into, in fact, sir, that's the thing with FALA. When we come out, we keep doing, and yeah. I'm having to rush on this show. Yeah. I have so much to say. Yes,
expanding all the time.
Yes, sir.
You said you're already in Abuja and in Bayelsa State.
Yes, sir.
Beautiful. Now, Michael, what extent have the Future Africa Leaders Foundation ambassadors utilized the leadership model an ideology of our man of God, Reverend Dr. Chris Oyakhilome, in advancing Africa's development. Now, try to be brief.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to start by thanking you especially for this opportunity to be on set with you again. Thank you so much, sir. It's an opportunity for me. I would like to thank the President of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, Reverend Dr. Chris Oyakhilome, for the work which he's doing in African youths, giving the youths a mindset that is unique and giving them that push to be different in their communities, in their countries, and all over the world. And I also want to thank the Director of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, Pastor Diola Phillips, for specially training us to be different, not just winning the award, but constant follow-up, constant mentorship to make sure that the skills which we get, we don't just end at receiving an award, but we go to consistently continue to build. Thank you so much, Ma, for continuously investing in us. Thank you so much, sir, for the question which you just asked. And Pastor is a mentor of mentors. That's the best way which I can describe what Pastor is doing in the life of young persons. Pastor picks a person, he trains that person, he gives that person the potential. First, Africans have that ability that they just want to shy away from things. They don't want to think big. They don't want to see the opportunities that are before them. They don't want to see the problems that are before them. But over the years, Pastor has used Future Africa Leaders ambassadors to give them the opportunity that they can see a problem, thinking of how to solve that particular problem that is before them, and they can go the extra mile to be that change. You can see across some of the sectors which the other ambassadors have been mentioning, and even the nomination show has featured several young persons in Africa who are conscious of the fact that I am not just there to identify what my country is not doing right. I'm not just there to identify what my president or my leaders are not doing right, but I'm going the extra mile to say, this is the problem, and I am going to be that solution. So I want to thank Pastor because as a result of these initiatives, I too have been impacted a great deal, and I've been able to have several programs where I've impacted young persons. And one of my most recent programs since I received the Future Africa Leaders Award Star Prize in 2020 was investing in cloud computing awareness in the nation of Cameroon. So earlier this year, we had the opportunity to organize one of the biggest cloud computing summits in Cameroon that was introducing the concept of cloud computing to Cameroonian youths. Many Cameroonians don't believe that they can be in Cameroon and get a job for companies, the big techies, JP Morgans, Deloitte, all the big companies in the United States. There are remote job opportunities where people in Cameroon can get those job opportunities. You just need to have the right skill. The president of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation he once said that most of our African youths fall prey to Ponzi schemes. Most of them fall prey to get-rich-quick schemes. And it's just because they don't have the right investment of a skill. So we identify cloud computing as one of the skills which a young person can invest in himself. 6 months of your time, you can pick that skill and you have something that will give you money. So earlier this year, I was able to organize the Cloud Computing Summit that had over 400 participants. And as a result of that summit, the CEO of the academy, who has to be a Cameroonian in the diaspora, was able to push the vision to grant over 20 Cameroonians the ability to study cloud computing for free. Cameroonians of different age groups, people who have no idea about IT, people who have no idea about how they can change their lives, but we had that unique opportunity. And I must say thank you to the President of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation.
You said 20 of them did this Cloud Computing Summit.
Yes, Pastor Sam.
And how much was it worth?
It was worth $100,000 US.
$100,000 US.
Yes, Pastor Sam.
And they got it free?
Free tuition for the 6 months, career coaching, CV preparation, everything for free as a result of the program.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Pastor Sam.
Great things that the ambassadors are doing. And we are going to go straight to our final set of nominations. That will be nominations for advocacy. And to announce these nominees is Avante Mufusire, the 2020 FALA winner, a 2020 FALA winner. So let's hand it over to Avante as she announces the nominations.
Hello, my name is Avante Mafusire, a 2020 winner of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation from the beautiful nation of Kenya. I welcome you to the 2022 FALA nomination show. I am exceedingly grateful to the President of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, Reverend Dr. Chris Oyakilome, DSCDD, for empowering young people to discover their limitless, untapped potential and transform them into innovative, solution and research-driven advocacy, and also social and economic power in Africa. When youth are empowered, they can fully exercise their rights and live in an environment with good governance. They can purposefully participate in the development and decision-making processes that directly impact their lives. To transform development initiatives and harness the demographic dividend, African leadership spaces must involve youth perspective and ideas on their governance. If youths are not politically engaged, they are more likely to feel disenfranchised. Long-term disengagement of youth can negatively impact the social cohesion of communities as well as their peace and security. Similarly, efforts to effectively engage youth in policymaking and development is one of the fundamental core values of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation. This can be seen in numerous projects and programs that the Foundation has sponsored, which are geared towards advocating and putting the African youths in the corridors of power and influence. The African youths are increasingly cultivating their role as community change agents. They continue to evolve in their leadership practice in the policy space, ensuring that they are represented and heard. This next list of nominees feature exemplary, bold, and courageous steps taken by young leaders across Africa in advocating for positive policy making and significant contributions to the government. Tonight, the Foundation has a list of such young people who are ready and bold to put their necks on the gallatin to foster the agenda of youth inclusion in policy making and development. I present to you the final set of nominees for the 2022 Future Africa Leaders Awards. Joe King Splendor, Nigeria. Karen Khan, Tanzania. Elizabeth Aguil, South Sudan. Amanda Nomha, South Africa.
Splendor Joe King from Nigeria. Splendor is a 16-year-old youth leader from Nigeria, driven by a strong passion to make a difference in her country. And at the age of 9, Splendor became the first child in the world to author a book on terrorism titled The Effect of Terrorism on Children. After her first visit to the Kuchingoro IDP camp, over 150,000 copies of this book have been adopted by Universal Basic Education as library resource materials across the Federation, with some schools using it as orientation for children, while the Nigerian military is using it as a psychological support material for the de-radicalization of children. As a member of the FCT's Children's Parliament who believes in child's rights protection, she started a campaign against the use of children as suicide bombers and child soldiers during the height of Boko Haram attacks in Nigeria. This approach opened the eyes of so many children to their rights to life, thereby making a child reject the offer of becoming a suicide bomber in the Northeast. Her foundation embarked upon a mind change project to provide psychological healing to traumatized victims of terrorism through an arts competition, of which 75 children were beneficiaries of this project. Seeing that one of the effects of terrorism is the increasing number of children who are out of school. Splendor started engaging the stakeholders and government agencies through seminars and conferences so as to reduce this impact. So far, 50 IDP children have been restored back to school. Recently, she initiated the Peace Club Nigeria by establishing peace clubs in schools so as to domesticate the culture of peace, thereby mainstreaming the children into peace building and peace development, and over 10,000 students across the nation have been mentored. As a result of this, the FCT minister has granted approval for the establishment of a peace club in all FCT schools, and the Chief of Air Staff has also approved the same in all Air Force schools nationwide. Her advocacy has been endorsed by the Nigerian Air Force, Nigerian Army, Defense Headquarters, National Orientation Agency, Federal Capital Administration, and Nigerian Television Authority. And she also received a commendation from Buckingham Palace, to mention a few. She has been conferred National Peace Ambassador, Anti-Bully Ambassador, appointed Human Rights Advocate for the National Human Rights Commission. She is an award holder of the Duke of Edinburgh International Leadership Award for Young People and was elected FCT representative at the Nigerian Children Parliament. Splendid and excellent best describes Splendor's contributions to her society, and we laud her stellar achievements. Karim Khan from Tanzania. Karim Khan is a young Tanzanian leader with professional experience in economic empowerment, public speaking, research, youth leadership, and gender issues. She has also experience in project campaigning, event management, and advocacy for girls' and women's sexual and reproductive health rights. Her passion for leadership and making a difference reached a new peak when she was elected as a General Secretary for Christ Ambassador Students Fellowship Tanzania, KESFETA, where she coordinated daily operations with more than 5,000 youth members across Dar es Salaam. In 2020, she instituted Inuka Foundation, a non-governmental organization set up to fight against the issues that spike the spate of vesicovaginal fistula, VVF, among young girls in Tanzania. Through this foundation, she has reached more than 60 women and girls with VVF and supported them with access to free medical care. Through the UBI-FI project, her team reached 100 VVF survivors at CCBRT Hospital, one of the hospitals that treat fistula patients for free in Tanzania, and provided them with funds for necessary items such as clothes, pads, slippers, bed sheets, and soaps. To address the low level of awareness on maternal health and VVF being treatable, she led her team to organize educational programs that benefited 4,500 women and girls across Morogoro and Dar es Salaam. She also enlightened over 7,120 students from 10 schools about obstetric fistula using dramas, art, and movie cinemas. Her work in this area has impacted many beneficiaries who have organized their dignity and esteem. With their health fully recovered, several have been referred to hubs that provide entrepreneurship training and now run their own businesses and support their families. Also, the school rate of girls dropout because of VVF, early pregnancy, and poor health has decreased. Karen advocates for the meaningful engagement of young people in policy programs and development forums. She facilitated the exchange of information about best practices and lessons from youth programs carried out, as well as the major opportunities and challenges for moving the youth development agenda forward. This information exchange also addressed issues like gender equality, sexual and reproductive health, and reproductive rights. She has also served as a zonal coordinator at Relay Tanzania Society, a civil society organization and network of alumni volunteers run by Relay International. She developed training and support systems for 1,270 youth members and helped them build capacity for leadership and economic empowerment. She was the deputy team leader for the International Citizen Service, a project by the United Kingdom, where she trained 198 women and youth entrepreneurs, many of whom received funds from the government to start or improve their businesses afterward. Furthermore, she initiated a program called McCarran, where she provides mentorship to primary and secondary school girls and has so far reached 430 students. Karen is a youth leader who firmly grasps the importance of helping others to grow, to achieve their dreams, and this makes her a valued stakeholder in the vision for Africa's future leadership. Elizabeth Aguil from South Sudan. Elizabeth is an enthusiastic 20-year-old South Sudanese girl who believes that investments in children and young people are the greatest asset any country can ever have. For this reason, she started a South Sudan We Want campaign. The campaign sought to end gender-based violence against girls and women, protect children from sexual abuse and exploitation, provide education for all children, end child and forced marriages, get children off the streets, stop the involvement of children and teenagers in the army, and create job opportunities for young people. This campaign ran from the 1st of July 2022 and concluded on the 8th of July, the eve of South Sudan's 11th independence anniversary, with the Right Honorable of the South Sudan National Parliament listening to the children and the teenagers speak on the South Sudan Day Want. This resulted in a law being passed in Parliament against early and forced marriages. Also, several issues highlighted by the young people during the campaign have been incorporated into the national budget and agenda. The campaign was streamed on SSBC, the national television, reaching all 10 states in the country, and has led to the government offering scholarships to 10 girls whose education will be sponsored to tertiary institution level. She also organized an employment initiative known as Girls Take Over, which is designed to advocate for women to assume key positions in the country, thus ensuring that girls play relevant roles in nation building. This has inspired girls around South Sudan to work and become their best selves. Elizabeth also championed a project called the Young People Friendly Space, where children, teenagers, and young adults are given opportunities to meet their leaders and have one-on-one conversations. This interaction has given young people free access to their leaders and a platform to hold them accountable. In November 2022, she got the Minister of Youth and Sports to interact with the children. The program was streamed live on SSBC and 2 radio stations and featured in the City Review newspaper. She organized a summit with the Minister of Defense in attendance to address the issue of armed men moving around the city with guns, a cause for insecurity amongst young people. At the end of this event, a policy prohibiting the movement of fully armed men on the streets was fully implemented. As a radio presenter, she took advantage of her platform to champion her stand against all forms of violence meted on children and young girls in her nation. With a weekly listenership of more than 10,000 people, she has addressed several topics including trauma healing, gender-based violence, education, early marriages, peace and entrepreneurship, etc. She also hosts interviews, and offers a platform to upcoming youth leaders, young artists, and youth groups to voice their challenges and prefer solutions to social challenges which affect young women in their country. Through her youth action movement, YAM, she championed the advocacy for young boys and girls to be adequately and comprehensively trained and educated in sexual education, STIs, HIV/AIDS prevention, and to have them instilled with the requisite values to maintain healthy relationships. In successful discharge of this vision, she carried out several community sensitization outreaches, dialogues with youths, parents, and community leaders, as well as radio shows and road shows. During the flood, when many were displaced from their homes and means of livelihood, Elizabeth reached out to the IDP, internally displaced persons camps, where she distributed health kits to so many families, with many girls and young women benefiting from her initiative. She also reached out to girls and children in orphanages. So far, over 7,000 people have benefited from her various initiatives in this regard. We celebrate a young lady committed to transformational change in her nation, Elizabeth Akwil. Amanda Nomkwa from South Africa. Amanda is a youth activist, an award-winning humanitarian, and a social entrepreneur. She is the founder of She Is Brave, an organization with a mission to fight social ills that affect young girls and women. The organization also advocates for quality education and digital skills training for women in a bid to help them unleash their full potential. Amanda works with victims of gender-based violence, actively providing support and preventing secondary victimization. She has provided safe havens for affected women and children and assisted in reporting cases often at risk to her personal safety. Her organization has formed local and international partnerships and has played a significant role in South Africa's presidential GBV action campaign. Amanda mobilized stakeholders and influencers across her city to organize a symposium for 200 attendees, mostly adolescent girls. She educated them about reproductive health and the dangers of unwanted pregnancy and abortion. Through her work with She Is Brave, Amanda has mentored over 45,000 young ladies in South Africa and 50,000 in Burkina Faso, Uganda, Botswana, and Togo, providing educational support, dignity packs, and personal development programs. She also presented a roadmap for fighting gender-based violence and assisting victims in townships and rural areas that will benefit over 500,000 people in South Africa. She Is Brave initiative have received special recognitions for its impact from the SA Youth Awards and the South African Parliament. She was a keynote speaker at the 2022 Generation Equality Forum, a global gathering for gender equality co-hosted by the governments of Mexico and France. At this event, she addressed over 90,000 listeners and viewers and spoke on issues and possible solutions to the pandemic of gender-based violence and gender inequality. Amanda is the founder and CEO of eConnect, a Wi-Fi company that provides affordable Wi-Fi access to young people in her community. Because of this, people in her locality can access high-speed internet for online studies and research. To stimulate the growth of the knowledge economy in her country, Amanda has trained over 65,000 young people in South Africa and various countries in Africa. Many of her former trainees have started businesses in e-commerce and other sectors. She has worked with several international organizations for youth advocacy, skills development, and activism. benefiting 800,000 young people on the continent. Also, she works tirelessly in collaboration with major private companies in her home country to give and distribute food parcels to over 3,000 households in Ivory Park community that house over 15,000 beneficiaries. When her children's home was razed by an electrical fire on the 5th of July 2022, Amanda raised funds and constructed a temporary shelter for the kids. She went on a mission trip to rural Uganda to plant fruit trees and veggies in 5 underserved communities. For her tireless efforts in advocacy and humanitarian interventions, Amanda was recognized as a Forbes 2022 Young Achiever in Africa. For demonstrating leadership against all odds, we celebrate the impact she has made in Africa. You are watching the Future Africa Leaders Awards nomination show. Stay tuned.
Well, that's our show for tonight and for 2022. That is the Future Africa Leaders Awards nomination show. And I would like to encourage you, I want to encourage you and to tell you that you should participate in the December 31st service with the man of God, Pastor Chris. At that service, we will find out who the 10 Future Africa Leaders Awards winners are for 2022. And of course, we'll find out who the star prize winner is for this year. It all takes place at the 31st December 2022 New Year's Eve service with Pastor Chris. And at that service, we will be receiving from the man of God the prophetic direction that we are going in, what the Spirit of God is saying to the whole world for 2023. It's a must attend for you wherever you are in the world. But concerning the Future Africa Leaders Award, as I said, we will find out who the winners are. 10 of the nominees that you have worked for tonight. And I don't envy the jury of selectors because their work is well cut out to give us the winners. I'll be there, and I'll know that you will be there. Before I talk about the Future Africa Leaders Foundation special challenge, I want to thank our man of God, the president and founder of the Future Africa Leaders Awards, the president and founder of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, the most highly esteemed Reverend Chris Oyahilome, DSc, DD, PhD. Thank you, Pastor, for the mentorship, for the platform that you have instituted for the young people of Africa, encouraging them and guiding them to be relevant and to make impact on the world and to make impact in Africa and to develop this beautiful, wonderful, special continent. I also want to thank and recognize the director of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, the highly esteemed Pastor Dr. Deola Phillips, as I always say, for the wonderful work that you are doing along with your team to ensure that the vision and the goals and the objectives of the Future Africa Leaders Foundation, they are met. Now, to all of you that have participated and watched tonight's nomination show, and you are not yet a part of this wonderful foundation, go to www.futureafricaleadersfoundation.org/leadership initiative awards and sign up to be a part of this wonderful foundation and give yourself an opportunity to be mentored and to be trained, and maybe you will be a future winner of the FALA. Finally tonight, I want to announce to you the Future Africa Challenge. Now, you know that what the Future Africa Leaders Foundation is, but the challenge is an initiative designed by the foundation to explore the creative potentials of young Africans living in Africa. Now, this challenge will explore the innovative solutions of the applicants within 7 categories of engagement. Education, which will be under the tagline, Educate Africa. Technology, which is Tech Africa. Entrepreneurship, which is Startup Africa. Humanitarian, which is Touch Africa. Agriculture, which is Agric Africa. Advocacy, which is Lead Africa. And movies, which is See Africa. The Future Africa Challenge is set to help the creative innovator actualize change and become a radical change agent, and this challenge will offer an investment grant to the most innovative applicant. It is open to all Africans between the ages of 15 and 25. That makes me ineligible for the challenge. But if you're between 15 and 25, this challenge is for you, and you must be living in Africa. Now, innovations can be submitted in any of the following categories: Tech Africa, Agric Africa, Touch Africa, See Africa, Educate Africa, Lead Africa, and Startup Africa. Now, interested innovators should go to our website to register, futureafricaleadersfoundation.org/challenge. Now it's on the screen, and just take a snapshot of it and go to the website and register to be part of this challenge. Now, this challenge is time-bound, so you must upload your application. Entry submissions are open from 18th December 2022, and it runs until 31st January 2023. From 18th December, I think that's today actually, up till 31st January next year. So you've got about 6 weeks, just under 6 weeks to do everything you have to do. But just look at, you're going to get a grant to expand your vision, to expand your conviction, to expand your impact. Take advantage of it. Well, as I said earlier, this is our show for this year. We'll be back again on the 31st of December to announce the winners of the Future Africa Leaders Awards. Remember to upload your participation picture with all the hashtags, and watch out for the rebroadcast of tonight's nomination show. It's been a great pleasure to host tonight's show, and on behalf of my co-compares, Victor Mba and Naomi Ekboki, I want to say we look forward to meeting with you again on the 31st of December. Thank you very much, young people. Keep on changing Africa. Keep on changing the world. God bless you. Good night, and I'd like to say Merry Christmas in advance. God bless you.
Young innovators from the continent of Africa, all in a race to revolutionize Africa and the world with their ingenious ideas. Lots of prizes to be won. It's the Future Africa Challenge 2022. Are you between the ages of 15 and 25? Do you have what it takes to make a trailblazing change in Africa? The Future Africa Challenge is the way to go. It is open to all Africans. Innovations can be submitted in any of the following categories: Tech Africa, Greek Africa, Touch Africa, See Africa, Educate Africa, Lead Africa, and Startup Africa. Interested innovators can register on our website at www.futureafricaleadersfoundation.org/challenge. Applications are open on our website at www.futureafricaleadersfoundation.org/challenge. For more information, visit our website or call the following numbers displayed on your screen. The Future Africa Challenge 2022. Innovate Africa.